Yeah, I'm still recovering, but that's what it is, you know. Let's get going with the run, because again, it's gonna be 4 hours long, and I'd like to not be here too long if it didn't have to be. So 3, 2, 1, go. So hopefully it won't be too bad. We'll see. Again, I would love to get sub 4 with this run if possible. I don't think that's gonna happen. The first 4 chapters are nice and turn your brain off. It's still the same old route. It's chapter 5 that changes up massively with the new route. So chapters 5, 7, and then most battles after that. I went back and had a look over most of the fights that I was concerned with. The ones I messed up on the last time we did the run. So I should now have a proper grasp of everything we're supposed to do. Should. Whether that's true or not, we'll see, I guess. But I'd like to do no reset. Whatever happens, happens, because again, I just need to get back into streaming again, obviously. Because COVID is fucking terrible, and it's fucking me over completely, so, yay. Also, I noticed the other day that Twitch is not telling me when I get hosted anymore, which sucks. Homer, thank you very much as well for the tier 1 for 31 months. Jesus. 31 months. That's an incredulously long time. That is almost 3 years at this point. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. And thank you for everybody who's obviously supported me over like the last 9 days and a bit, considering, you know, not much you can do when you get COVID. It sucks. Really sucks. I'm definitely feeling a bit more like myself, which is nice. You can also hear, probably compared to the other day, that I'm not doing as many like sharp intakes of breath as I was, which is nice. I still have to regulate my breathing somewhat, but it's not as bad as it was the other day, which is nice. So yeah, now I'm just hoping to fully recover at this point, so it might take its time, you never know. Again, I was really hoping to hit him into the glass, because that would have been a quicker end, but it's fine. It's the only way to end that one turn quicker is to knock him into the glass, and it's completely random whether that happens, because you have to be set up properly for it. There we weren't, because he wasn't, like, next to the glass, and we weren't next to the glass. But this is the first, thing in speedrunning I've done in, like, 2 weeks. Like, this is gonna be, it's gonna be rough, for sure. So we'll see. World record for this is a 3:58:01. It was set in the 2 weeks I've been off because I've got COVID. It's also the reason why there's probably no point in me submitting this to SGDQ, to be honest. Because both Tom and PS Cala have faster runs than I do, so I would be third in the pecking order for LAD, so there's no real point. Which also then means I've pretty much got nothing for GDQ submissions now. So, who the fuck knows? I don't know what I'm doing in terms of GDQ stuff. COVID might make it so that I can't actually record anything and submit anything. And I can't use one of the old Questing for Glory VODs, because that's a different route completely now. And this route is much faster, so yeah, who knows? I think the only thing I've got in terms of planning for submitting to GDQ is Kaito DLC. And that's under the assumption that Kaito DLC is fast. Which, I mean, none of us are gonna know until Monday, so we'll find out. My plan is to do the entirety of the story as part of that casual playthrough in one go on Monday. And then on Tuesday, I will speedrun it. And then obviously submit it that night to GDQ. So, not a good plan. Probably gonna burn myself out, but it is what it is. Nice damage. That guy has 36 HP on the dot, so to get 36 HP is on the higher end of your damage hits.
Yo, it's Fruit.
So it's really nice to get
see you feeling better, friend.
Somewhat. 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 We'll see. Rasmus, thank you for the Prime Gaming, the 8 months, and Nakarashi, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate it. You can probably, again, you can probably still hear I'm all very, you know, blah. I know the proper terminology to describe it, but I'm very messed up at the moment. Hirotsuka has 70 HP on the dot. Obviously, we want to hit preferably 235s. A 34 for a first hit is not nice, because it means we have to high damage roll with the second hit, and that isn't guaranteed. We don't want Hirotsuka to get turned, because he gets to use a skill called Megaton Hammer. Oh, that's terrible damage. Oh, he didn't. Okay, this is still slow because we have to wait for his animation to go through. You ideally actually want him to hit you because it's quicker animation than him failing. And now I can just move that. Megaton Hammer is a really nasty skill to be hit by because it has a chance to stun you, an exceptionally high chance to stun you. And it's also a very long attack that takes like 10 seconds to go through. So that's ideally why you want Hirotsuka to go down in 2 combos rather than obviously more than 2. Because there's a lot that can go wrong in that fight, time-wise. It's not a problem in terms of, like, death, but... Ooh, excuse me, bloody hell. In terms of, losing time, you can lose, like, 20 to 30 seconds Hirotsuka if you have a bad Hirotsuka. It's actually kind of insane. So... Heck that fight. Heck that fight. If that fight goes wrong, you are in trouble. Just as pure and simple as that. There's nothing you can do about it. You're literally at the whim of whether or not you high damage roll or don't high damage roll. We didn't high damage roll, but thankfully we didn't actually get punished too badly for it. So I'm okay with that. Now we get to the bit where fight spawns occur around the city. And this is where nasty shit happens. Because we do not want to get into any fight spawns here. PC version has the benefit of being able to save load here, so if you do have a fight spawn, you can just save load and get rid of it. PS5 version does not have that benefit. The fight spawn on the left is good. Keep my eye on my minimap further ahead of me right now. On the right means there could be one ahead. Yeah. So I got to get rid of this fight spawn with anything I can. So if we go to the slot place and just go to the door, any kind of confirmation trigger like doors, NPCs, or vending machines work in terms of despawning enemies like that. So that's the reason why I was keeping an eye ahead of me to make sure that there wasn't a fight spawn ahead of me, because if there was like that, you can very quickly just get rid of it with a nearby confirmation trigger. And then for some reason, we're with Arakawa Senior in a second here as we do the run back. There aren't any fight spawns. I don't know why the game doesn't spawn any fight spawns, but there are no fight spawns in this next bit. So the next bit is nice and chill and just avoid NPCs, which is good. Hey Rebel, appreciate it. I'm feeling a bit better. Still having to breathe quite deeply, but other than that, like, actually feeling a little better. The problem that I'm having, the thing that I'm having the most problem with at the minute is fatigue. Fuck me, COVID leaves you tired. Holy shit. I can't describe how tired I've been the past couple of days. It's been ridiculous. It just feels like you've been winded. Like, it feels like you've just got no energy. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. And yeah, I can still feel it on my chest and on my lungs, which sucks.
Hope you all are doing alright.
Coconut cookies, thank you very much for the 7 months, I appreciate it. But yeah, you get basically deep, husky voiced through for a little while. It's not like I can do anything else about this. Normal attack we got on the left. Left noise, I get the Prime Gaming in the 9 months, I appreciate it. This guy also sucks, because he can use Taunt. Taunt basically keeps us aggroed for a turn and means that we have to do an extra turn because, as you see, Tenacious Fist does half his HP. Our normal attacks don't do as much damage as Tenacious Fist do right now, and Tenacious Fist also has the added bonus of potentially stunning the enemy, which is obviously really, really good. Tenacious Fist as an early skill is, you're going to see that a lot in the first couple of chapters because it's really good. We'll be throwing in normal attacks like you saw there at opportune times when it's a bit faster, because normally attacking is a little faster than using Tenacious Fist, but Tenacious Fist has way more damage and the ability to potentially stun. So there are reasons why we choose the attacks that we do. This fight can also suck, and it's completely down to luck again. A lot of Chapter 1 and 2 is very RNG, and it depends on what the enemies do. For this fight right here, again, we're not going to go after the guy with the large HP bar, because he takes 2 hits to go down, everybody else takes 1. Every single one of these normal adds has the ability to use Stare Down. Stare Down is fear. Fear is bad. Fear is very bad, because fear will make it so that we will lose potentially up to 2 of our turns, and the enemies still get 2 of their turns. with that last ad just using a normal attack, that means we are now safe. Which is good stuff. Now we just take it. It is hard to do my usual commentary when I'm full of COVID. This sucks. Dan John, thank you very much as well for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Yeah, trying to do my stuff. Alright, I didn't mean to have the backseat message on, but there we go. that was because of Final Fantasy, but oh well, here we are. Never mind. I think I lose time in this chapter because of the Hirotuka fight, but it's fine. Again, I've got plenty of time saved later on. I'm like 4 minutes behind Tom after chapter 5, or something like that. I think I remember seeing that properly. Actually, no, it may have been chapter 7 actually, because I think Tom had a terrible chapter 5 in his PB. But I think if LAD gets picked for SGDQ, I think it goes to either Tom or Piascala, which the jealous part of me is a bit mad because I love this game and I've been trying to get this game into GDQ for the last 2 GDQs, but at the same time, they'll do a fucking good job. And that's the important thing. That is the very important thing. All I can do is shoot my shot with what I've got, and I don't have that much at the minute, which is a shame. Again, I'm not the power submitter. It's almost like it's not worth trying to submit LAD, because, again, I'm not the power submitter anymore, so there's no point. Not the power submitter in 0, or K1, or K2, or 3. And 4. But 4 is... 4 is not necessarily something I want to submit to GDQ. So, you probably heard me after the Lost Judgment run back at GDQ say how Lost Judgment became way less of a GDQ showcase run. And I think it's the same with Yakuza 4. With all the baseball bat shit now, it's just... Oh, this guy also has Taunt. He's probably going to use it now because he's a jackass. Oh, he's a jackass. That's an extra 2 turns, unless he knocks me out of my Taunt, which would be nice. So for those mental status elements, your aggro, your fear, all of them last for 2 turns. You can reapply the debuff to the enemy, and the enemy can reapply the debuff to you, extending it. That's the other important aspect of this. But in terms of these early fights, if we get hit by one of those debuffs, we know how much time we're going to lose, because it is just, you know, there's nothing you can do unless the enemy can knock you out of it earlier. You can knock the enemy out of it earlier as well. Again, it works both ways. But it's just one of those things. It's like, you know, it happens, it happens. We need a hat, shoes, and a smoke bomb. The smoke bomb is to escape from fights, which we'll get into later on in this chapter. The hat and the shoes are pieces of clothing that we need for chapter 4. We need a piece of gear in every single gear slot and an accessory to be able for the game to give us access to the set piece. So we just buy the cheapest stuff that we can get our hands on in this chapter, and then we obviously just get the chest piece later on in this chapter. Getting the gear items in this chapter as well will also help with the boss at the end of this chapter, because the boss at the end of this chapter can demolish you if you have no gear stuff at a very low level. So also, Treble, thank you for the bits, and Leon, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. This guy doesn't really do much. Again, it's a little nicer if we can stun him just because it's quicker to get out his turn. Otherwise, yeah. This is one of the only fights where you can guarantee in the speedrun actually using one of the game's mechanics that's a little bit finicky. As you can see, when we go into fights and stuff, like all around us is stuff like bikes and signs and cones and stuff like that. With the likes of these bikes and cones and stuff, you can use them as weapons, but you have to basically do a normal attack with Itchy, and he randomly picks them up. So, even if you're next to them, it's not a guarantee, and it's a bit of a pain in the ass. COVID. But that fight is one of those where you start close enough to one. There's an aspect in this next fight that can have it happen as well. For this next fight, we want to take this next fight in a very specific way, because we need to save our MP for the fight after this one, and we just don't have enough. So that's why we want to take this next fight in a very specific fashion. Also, Shirakati, thank you very much for the Prime Game for 3 months. I appreciate it. Is anything faster than baseball bats? No. Baseball bats is faster, but the problem, and this is the reason why I'm a bit off on submitting Yakuza 4 GDQ, it's just fucking baseball bats. It's the same as Zero with shotguns. It's fucking boring. Like, 4, you have a little bit more extra fighting, good stuff. That's gonna use the cone, for example, because we're this. Oh, it didn't. Nice. It's actually good that it didn't. It's kind of the same as Zero shotguns, and it's just fucking baseball bats. Like, for 3 hours, it's just, I'm just gonna use baseball bats. Like, you get a little bit of gameplay with Akiyama in his first chapter. You get a bit of gameplay with Saejima in his first 2 chapters. That's it. Tanemura is full baseball bats. Kiryu is almost all full baseball bats. Akiyama is almost all baseball bats, and it's not great. Like, it's not fun. Like, yeah, we have a time save in the middle of Tanemura's part, but that's just unplugging a controller. That's not impressive. Yeah, sure, it says like 3.5 minutes. That's impressive, but it's just not a GDQ spectacle. It's just not a GDQ showcase. It's just not. Like, as Lost Judgment's run kind of evolved, it was kind of the same in that it went from a juggle-based run to just press R2 and triangle a bunch. Like, I have very strong feelings about that. And even though Lost Judgment did very, very well at AGDQ, I still have my feelings about where the run went as a GDQ showcase, so 4, I feel, is worse. Ironically enough. So, I don't really want to submit 4. They won't accept the full length of 5 because 5 is goddamn... 5 is goddamn nice. Now, if he can stay stunned the whole time, this guy also has stare down, which is bad. But this guy can stay stunned the whole time. If we crit in this fight as well, this fight ends 1 turn only. It's very rare that ever happens. Please don't stay down. Please don't stay down. Good. Okay, decent fight. Very decent fight. I'll say that. The only way that can go faster is if one of your attacks is a crit. If one of your attacks is a crit, it does end that fight 1 turn only, because you see how, like, low HP he is.
What? Oh.
And time for our second party member. Hell yeah. But essentially, yeah, like, 5 is 6 hours long, it's never getting taken. Kiryu percent is interesting, and that might be something that I do. 6, I'm not power submittering that. This, I'm not power submittering anymore. Why the fuck would I submit Fist of the North Star? And then there's Yakuza Dead Souls. Great. So yeah, I'm just gonna try and submit Kaito DLC because that's all I got. That's literally all I got. Okay, it works good. Alright, so for those who haven't seen a run of LAD before, or those who have played LAD casually, there's a common misconception that running away from fights is based on one of your stats, agility. It is not. Running away from fights is based on one factor alone, and that is how much space you have behind your character. That is the only thing. So there is even tech to running away from fights in this game, which is fantastic. You'll see a lot of the time I'm running in specific areas to start fights. Like the next one, I'm going to be running into the middle of the corridor to start this fight. By running into the middle of the corridor, I know that Ichi, when you run from the start of the fight, Ichi is going to either run straight backwards or slightly diagonally. By being in the middle here, even if he goes diagonally, I'm still going to get away from the fight. And the other cute thing about running away from fights, I need a specific lineup for this one. Maybe a bit too over to the left here. I'm not quite sure about this one. We're good. Okay, good. The cute thing about running away from fights as well is that your different party members all require different space to be able to run away from fights. That's a headpiece right there. It's for magic-based damage. We aren't going to be equipping that just yet. We'll be equipping that later on. We'll see when. I hate trying to skip cutscenes with the DualSense. I hate it a lot. not wrong, Dr. T-Chops, not wrong. I mean, you have 5 submissions. It's like, oh, what the shit? What am I doing? I brain farted for a second there. I thought I was trying to use Tag Team SMA here, man. That was stupid. I won't get that until the next chapter. We have 5 submissions. I might as well just shoot my shot, you know? That's the reason why I would submit LAD, despite the fact that, you know, I'm not power submitter, so I'm not going to be the one that gets LAD in. I think Kaito DLC is my best shot, and even then, it's like, you know, they just took any percent for Lost Judgment. We don't know... Nice dodge. We don't know what form Kaito DLC is going to be in. Like, ideally, it will be something like 30 minutes to an hour. That would be fantastic. Speedrun-wise, that is not actual game-wise. I should say this way. Game-wise, obviously a bit longer than that. But if the actual speedrun itself is like 45 minutes to an hour, that's perfect. Because, again, Majima Saga DLC, which is only 3 chapters compared to Kaito's DLC's 4, is 8 minutes long. 8 minutes long. Just sit on that for a second. 8 minutes. If you skip all the cutscenes, Majima Saga's gameplay is done in 8 minutes. Not ideal. Please die. Good damage. Very good damage. That needed to be on the high side because Kaito. Ichi's... Wow, damage is very low right now. Ichi is low damage rolling, and I'm not happy about this. These enemies should be going down in one hit, so... So, for this fight, we're going to go after all the ads apart from the one with the large HP bar, because they're all going to go down in one skill from him. It's also going to mean that all the normal ads will go down in one hit, as long as we get our skills off properly. For the last two, we're going to try and hit the guy with the large HP bar with Ichi to try and stun him, because that will obviously help free up our turns. And then with Adachi, we get 3 opportune attacks, so we just get to do this. Please stay stunned. No, that's fine if he doesn't. Just lose us a little bit of time, because obviously we have to wait for his animation to go through. Good play stuff. That's a basically average fight there. Like, no real genuine stuns that save us any time. Everything else went perfectly fine. It's a typical fight there. This fight is probably one of the biggest RNG fights of this chapter, and it sucks ass. Both of these enemies have taunt, so the only way of either not getting taunted is just to stun both of them, which is rare as hell, or hopefully take care of the second one before he taunts. The only way to do that is take care of this guy, and then hope the other guy doesn't use taunt for a turn, and that we can stun him, but happens. Much like earlier, anytime we're taunted, that's an extra turn in the fight. So we'll be untaunted after this turn, for sure. Just finish this. Bad chapter 2. Bad chapter 2, to be honest. That's some stinky luck. Alright, we want that grenade for chapter 3, so we want to pick that up now. And now here's our first big boss fight of the run. This is Sawashiro. Sawashiro is not one of those fights that can go a lot faster if we get a lucky crit, or specifically 2. There's one. Now, ideally, we don't want to stun Sawashiro in this first phase, and especially not with this hit right here. Reason being is that this mid-fight cutscene right here gets rid of any and all debuffs that you can apply to Sawashiro, which obviously is stunned from Sensh's Fist. I've had it happen multiple times. Recommend doing Majima Saga. Majima Saga is set between K1 and K2, but Majima Saga also does a little bit of a hint, nudge towards certain plot events. So I'd recommend waiting until after, even though it's not like actually connected in any way. But it's a little on the nose with a certain character and kind of spoils it a little bit. So I would recommend waiting until after. And that way, if you wait until after you're done with the game as well, you have the entire thing unlocked to just like play through in one go. Now this fight sucks because I have to use a hardball at some point, and that can glitch out if we're not careful. This is a good angle for it, so I can use it here. What happens is basically you can like you can start spawning on the table or the chairs, and for some reason that interrupts Ichi's turn and makes it so that you don't actually throw the hardball, which loses you 100 damage. So yeah, you want to be very careful with where you use the hardball. Full Fury. So he's going to up his attack by 20% or 10% even. It's going to look really scary. It's actually not, because we have a piece of gear on, as you can see. We're barely taking any damage. If I can get one more crit, I can end this fight a turn early, which would be nice. It would help a little bit with all the time lost from earlier in the chapter. not believe it, but... The other thing you can hope for, and you want to look carefully to see if you can use the furniture against Sawashiro, because unfortunately there's... Sometimes you can have Ichi's agility roll over on itself here, which if it does, you get a free opportunity with Ichi. If it doesn't, obviously you have to hope for, obviously, good luck with the rest of the fight. If you can use the furniture against Sawashiro, you have a higher chance of stunning him, because furniture just has an in general higher chance to stun enemies, although Sawashiro has a bit of a resistance to stunning. But it also does more damage than your normal attack, which is obviously what you're waiting for the game to roll around with the opportune attack to do. The opportune attack is obviously enough to finish Sawashiro quickly, but as you can see from there, I wouldn't have got it anyway, even without the crit. So I would have had to have taken another turn after that one if I didn't get the crit. So, but we're now in chapter 3. We're now in the game's main hub. This is the new city of Izizaki Jincho, which you probably saw in Lost Judgment. The first 3 vending machines here that we're using Treasure Hunt on are all fixed. 5 yen, 50 yen, nothing. After we get out of the next boss fight, we need a minimum of 730 yen. So it is all completely RNG, unfortunately. And this is where your first big RNG reset point of the run comes in. But we get tutorialized on a brand new minigame here. We don't actually have to do the minigame, but we do have to do the tutorial. So we'll do that right now. Yeah, thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. Also, I hope you recover soon as well, because I remember seeing you earlier saying that you had it, so good luck. As somebody that is still suffering from it, good luck. Do not... Hopefully you're like me, you don't get close to having to go into the hospital. Paradox Light, thank you very much for the 3 months, I appreciate it. But yeah, we don't have to actually do this minigame, we just have to go to the end. It still counts as the tutorial, so we're just going through and doing the tutorial. I'd like sub 4 with this one. I mean, ideally I could get the world record for this on PS5 before Monday, because then I could submit this with confidence, but at the moment, nah. I'm 8 minutes behind Tom, and yeah, I made a lot of mistakes in my last run, because it was the first time I did the run with Illusion. For those who don't know, this is Illusion route, by the way. We did an impromptu, yeah, fuck it, let's just do Illusion route run just before, you know, some jackass got hit with COVID. Hi. So this is Illusion route. We are doing Illusion route. No more Nancy. Nancy is done. No more Nancy. Oh, I should also mention, you can probably tell at the moment, the webcam might look like it's flickering a bit, which usually indicates that the power is going crazy. Wrong, the light bulb in my room that started to die during COVID. So, yeah, that needs replacing, and it's flickering a lot. It calms down after a while, but yeah. I gotta fix my light bulb. You might. I do apologize about the flashing lights on the webcam right now. You might not want to pay attention to that. Holy shit. This is a good Zeng so far. Just fucking stop. Bro. I'm in the middle of a rave. Unce. I do genuinely apologize about the flashing lights, because it's bad. That's also bad. Please don't hit. Shit. Fuck you, Zeng. Right at the end. This was a good fight until then. God damn it. Terrible end to that fight. It was a good start as well. It was such a good start. And it was terrible. Rusted, thank you for the 9 months in the Prime Gaming, I appreciate it. See, it's calmed down now. Told you so, it just calms down after a while. No, it hasn't. And it's not the power, because everything else in here is fine. Like, my ring light is fine, my everything else is fine, it's just the light bulb is dying.
Just a little thank you for putting me to sleep with your ESA/GDQ runs. D.
You're welcome. I should have tried that myself with COVID. Tactics Mayhem. Only breath. Pigeon egg. Hey, look at that. I remembered the menu. It's a miracle. It's a genuine Christmas miracle. Is that an enemy spawn right in front of me? Oh, good. That party chat actually got rid of it. Okay, so I need a money drop from... That's perfect. So the trouble is I can't go and turn my light off at this point because I'm in the middle of a speed run. This is not good. To be fair, I don't think I've changed the light bulb in this room for like 2 years, so I'm not surprised it's about time to it to die. But Brain in Black, thank you very, very, very much for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's all good. I've enjoyed. I've been very, very lucky. Again, I've been saying that, you know, I don't think I've got much for this GDQ because obviously trying to record stuff with COVID is the fucking worst. It's like ruined all of my plans. But like, even if I don't get into GDQ this time around, like, excuse me, I've been insanely lucky when it comes to GDQ because most people don't get a single chance to be... Bloody stop, Madu! Most people don't get a single chance with GDQ, and I've had 3. I've been very, very lucky, so I've got literally 0 complaints if I don't get in. Like, I'm in a very, very, very lucky position. I'll be a little jealous, and I'll fully admit I'll be a little jealous, because I've been trying to get this in for the past 2 GDQs, and I fucking love this game. This is one of my favorite Yakuza runs. I absolutely love it. Like, I genuinely want to showcase this run off, but again, GDQ takes Power Submitter, and Power Submitter is not me anymore. I am in 3rd, ironically enough. And again, COVID has definitely fucked any attempts for me to attempt to speedrun this, that's for sure. I've barely been able to concentrate with COVID on actually like doing runs and stuff. That's why today I'd like just a sub 4 run. If I get sub 4 this run, I'd be happy with that. I'd still be 2 minutes off world record, but I'm so happy with that. Man's weak to pigeons. I'd be weak to pigeons to the face as well, to be brutally honest. But did my PB have a perfect grenade? I just realised the sheer hell of this chapter that I'm running up against. We're losing time in this chapter no matter what happens. I'm actually going up against a perfect grenade. That's the thing that never happens. Oh, shit. Well. Great. Great. Okay, good fight spawn on the left. Please no fight spawn on the right. Good. Good enemy RNG. Ugh. Hopefully that tea can keep me energized for the rest of this run, because god. Until gains us to get back in the first place. That's true. That is true. Or whenever they look over the runs and look at the Yakuza Like a Dragon ones. Traffic. I think, honestly, like, from a non-objective point of view, I think the person with the best chance, if LAD is taken, of getting in is probably Tom. Oops, no. Oops, bad. Because nothing against PS Cala, because PS Cala has the best time, but the PS Cala's run has a couple of problems with it. Like those fight spawns. Not sure PS Cala has problems with those fight spawns, but fuck that fight spawn. But PS Cala's got the problems of, obviously, the game looks like absolute ass. And also, PS Cala doesn't commentate their own runs. Which, if GDQ looks at those 2 facts, they're just going to look at PS Cala's run and just say, no, we're not going to take that. And again, it's nothing against PS Cala's runs at all. It's just, you know, even with them looking at like the fastest runner, I don't think they look at PS Cala's run and go, yeah, that looks real good. And also doesn't hear any commentary. So you can request a specific person but submit their list to it. I don't like that. I don't like that, because I do actually agree with the GDQ thing of, you know, unless it's a massive shitter of a person, I do actually agree in that it should be the person that's obviously like fastest, has put the most work into it, blah blah blah. Like, I'll take it. I thought that was going to hit the guy at the front, and I was going to get real mad. I'll take that. Good grenade. It may not have been everybody, but that's a good grenade. I will happily take that. I just don't know how... Oh, I am actually going to save a bit of time, it looks like, so... I mean, it's about entertainment value, but again, with the thing a few years ago, the way that they do it is literally... Oh, Jesus Christ, good chapter 3, what the fuck? Maybe I
Hey Froob, hope you're feeling better today.
Fuck. This is good, thank you for 500 bits. Probably very rarely. Yeah, exactly, and like, I don't like that. If somebody has worked their ass off to get there, they should get the opportunity. Unless, of course, they're a massive piece of shit. Like, you know, alt-right views, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. Like, you know the drill. But... Blech. Honestly, either PS Cala or Tom would do, like, an amazing job at GDQ, but I just... Again, from an impartial point of view, I don't see how they look at PS Cala's submission video stuff and go, yeah, that game looks like ass. Like, the resolution is 640 by 480, and there's no commentary. Like... I don't see how they look at PS Cala's run and accept it. And I think if they want LAD, they'll then go to the next person, who will obviously be Tom. So... I shouldn't have done this on this guy, because it only hits him. That was terrible. That was terrible. I don't think Itchy can kill this guy. Let's find out. I don't know why I went to do that with the one skill that, you know, was on a shortcut. Now I'm playing like shit. Now I'm playing like shit. Because again, and it's nothing against like nothing against either runner, like their skill or anything like that. I just think that they will look at PS Calas and just go, this doesn't look good, therefore we won't accept it. Why did I do that? You idiot. Mega swing, one. Pyro Belch, reckless. Itchy weapon. Ugh, terrible menu. Jesus Christ. This is the rust. This is me not having speedrun this in 2 weeks as well. But yeah, it's like, I've got a little bit of time to try and get my record back in this, I suppose. But again, I've been very lucky. I'm really annoyed at enemies going ahead of me in the turn order these days. Take care of the ads here first, it's fine. Again, it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. If you are the fastest runner, you have first filling. It's as simple as that. That's how GDQ works. Like, I can have set records and stuff like that, but that's the good thing about GDQ is they're not biased. Like, if they just went for, like, you know, big popular runners, nobody would get their runs in. Like, no one would. Like, I wouldn't have ever got K2 in originally. Like... And it's good that GDQ can be unbiased like that. GDQ should not be... No speedrun marathon should be biased towards runners because they're big and popular. That is an absolutely toxic kind of mindset, and I don't like that. And that's one of the reasons why I like the fact that, you know, GDQ will look at the fastest person. Bottom line. Simple as that. If there's problems with their run, they'll then bring it up after that. This is a good turn order if this goes itchy at that. Good shit. Good shit. So this guy is actually resistant to Fizz, which is why you want this as your turn order, because you get a free opportune attack with a Dachi here. Give me that odd stone. Run continues. Good. Alright, let's add no reset room. But yeah. Literally, that's the good thing about GDQ, is they aren't biased. They won't just go, oh, you've done a run for us in the past, we'll pick you again. No. They'll go with the person who is the fastest run. Like, and logically that makes the most sense as well, because, you know, it is the person that is the fastest on the leaderboard, therefore the fastest run. It makes a lot of sense. Nice hit on that. I think this might make blue fall back. I was really hoping that would kill green. I really want to mega swing this, but if I mega swing this, I won't have the mana for the next fight. That sucks. Usually I wouldn't attack with Amber here, but I've kind of messed myself up with not taking out green earlier. So that's fine. It's a slow fight. It's a very slow fight. The only difference between picking between the 3 different colors there for the fight is it brings the color that you choose to the front, but also it changes up the reward that you get from the fight. Now, the reward you get from that fight is a weapon, depending on which one you pick. Red for Itchy, green for Amber, blue for Adachi. But fun fact, all of those weapons that you get, we have currently equipped on our characters. It is exactly the same ones that we picked up from those silver safes earlier. So, in terms of the speedrun, we pick the one to the front, the blue one, because he has the most HP, but he's also not resistant to fire, like the red one is. Therefore, usually, you want to hope that Amber goes first in the turn order. That way, Amber can burn him. Oh, I don't like this. Okay, the one on the right is going good. Had to go to the right to avoid the fight spawn at the bottom of the road there, but thankfully this fight spawn disappeared. We need this taxi for this chapter, that's why we're picking it up now. We're actually going to need it in like 2 minutes time. Yeah, it doesn't matter that, you know, I've been a success at GDQ before. LED race would be terrible. An LED race would be absolutely terrible. This is not the kind of game that you want to have a race on for GDQ. The problem that you have, this is going to miss the guy in front, isn't it, which sucks. The problem that you have is that with races, you need the game to be, you need the games to be at least easily follow along with it. And the problem with turn-based RPGs is the best of times, they're not easy to follow along with. I did not want into a normal attack, but that's fine. So the problem that you've got is you've got a big, long turn-based RPG that's 4 hours long, which again also works against it because it's a long one. It's vying for a singular slot in the long RPG slot, like before it went to Golden Sun, etc. Like you're going up against Final Fantasy, you know, it's a hard sell to do Yakuza Like a Dragon anyway, but the problem that you've got is that a race would be very bad for this game because there's a lot of explanation in terms of tech and what goes on in fights in this, especially as not many people know LEDs run itself. It's not like, say, it's the reason why you don't see like Final Fantasy runs as races, because, you know, people may understand what Final Fantasy is, but there's so much that goes on under the hood of turn-based RPG runs that having that as a race, you will literally lose out on commentary for that. And you can argue that, yeah, you've got stuff like the Final Fantasy Fiesta and stuff like that, but those are specially crafted events for doing those kind of races. Whereas, obviously, with GDQ, you've got a lot of people who are watching RPGs for the first time. You would lose a lot of explanation for a lot of people if you were to make this a race, and it would be a lot more confusing if this was a race, and this is already going to be a somewhat confusing run, because again, it's a turn-based run. There's a lot of things that go on under the hood of this run, as we said back in Chapter 1. Certain enemies have certain HP thresholds, certain enemies have certain weaknesses and stuff. Some fights are nice and easy to sum up. This fight right here is very nice and easy to sum up. It is literally use Gary Buster Holmes. That's as simple as that. Like, it's not a hard fight. It is use Gary. Hooray, congratulations, you won the fight. Like, and there's a lot of fights like that in LED as well. So, the only thing that would differentiate the run of this run would be RNG. So, how exciting is that to watch between two different, like, races when it's hard enough to follow in the first place? Like, I don't think you'll ever see that many, I don't think you'll see that many turn-based RPG races, so... Yeah, as Dr. T-Chop says, like, if you're not familiar with the game, it's really bad. By the way, figured this out. Don't ask why I've been using Pyro Belch for the last year, because I can't fucking tell you. You have to skip through 1 minute dialogue there. So an LED race would be probably the worst. An LED race would probably be one of the worst things you could do with this game at a big marathon. It's just not a viable submission. Like, it just isn't. Like, there's far too much that goes on. It's far too confusing for the regular Joe. So, the reason why you have, like, your one big RPG submission that gets in is because they are very technical. They do get good commentary. Like, if you ever look at any of the Final Fantasy submissions, anytime you get, like, a Final Fantasy run into something like a GDQ, you'll always get, like, really in-depth, amazing explanations. It's the reason why I said back at AGDQ, please watch from AGDQ the Final Fantasy 13 speedrun, even if you dislike Final Fantasy 13, because as somebody, and I am biased because I've done the run before in the past, as somebody that has done that run is insanely in-depth. Like, you don't just hit the auto button like most people do casually. There's a lot of depth to the actual fighting, to paradigm shifting, and the timing on it is also important as well. There are certain fights in that run that if you do the wrong button inputs, fight's over. You've lost. It is exceptionally important that you get that right. So... I think that's a double, I hope. That's what I cancelled out. Damn it. Slow fight. Why did I backbust? I should have just used thing. Well, the only upside to this is I've gotten every odd stone that I could possibly get from any fight, so we should be more than good. Hello. What the fuck? Get out of my face. We should be good in terms of odd stones for the weapon stuff later on. Should. Business minigame race? That is one of the most boring fucking race ideas I've ever heard. The business minigame is literally just a fucking slideshow. Why would people want to watch that? Like... It's kind of the same as Karaoke Percent, you know? Karaoke Percent is just, you know... It's not like other rhythm games that have actual strategies to them, difficulties and stuff like that. It's literally just push button. Like... My god, like, a business minigame race sounds absolutely terrible. Like, genuinely garbage. Like, it's literally just watching a slideshow. Like, what? Like, that does not sound fun. Who the fuck would want to watch that? I've had other ideas for other runs, but I only have, like, 2 runs to submit to SGDQ this time around. I'll still be submitting this, even though, you know, I'm not power submitter anymore. It is frustrating not being able to run the PC version, but it is what it is. So. Amber, if you could start, that would be great. Why did she start here too many times recently? Beautiful. Good fight. Fuck. Ugh. I know at some point this will start hitting my chest quite hard during this stream. I was hoping it'd be a little more than an hour in. I was hoping it'd be way more than an hour in. Hey Flash Out, thank you very much for the 10 months, I appreciate it. Oh, actually, the slow agility roll sucks, because I would have been able to have a good reckless against those guys, but... That should be a double at least, that's not too bad. I don't think it kills Totska. It does, good. I don't think this hits both, it would be great if it does, but no. I should have aimed for the other guy, because the other guy... He has no HP. Free opportune, that's not too bad. It actually got its agility back in shape. Okay, that's a good fight. That actually worked out. I did not see that working out. If Adachi didn't get his agility back in order there, that would have been a very slow fight, but good job, Adachi. Salvage that fight. Okay, so... Good beat.
Oh!
Fucking hell. Yo, fuck COVID. Yeah, a great chat to full hit? Yeah, I did. That's the problem. That's the problem is I'm going up against that, so I've got to go fast. So make sure he dies to Gary. 2 not stunned. That's not good. 2 in the corner stunned. That's not too bad because I can use thingy against them. Mega swing. I was hoping it would be aiming for this guy so I could hit all 3 of them, but... Shit, that's not the one that's fucking thingy. Shit. Slow fight. Namba, you doing me a hot solid. Stop dying, thanks. Kinda need you to not die, thanks. Honestly, I think I could have skipped this odd stone considering I've gotten every single odd stone drop so far. It's fine. Alright, Ida. So, Ida is the first of 3 enemies in here that act like bosses. Ida can summon backup. Ideally, we will actually want Ida to summon 1 round of backup in this fight. That's going to give enough EXP in the fight after this one for Ichi to level up. I'm going to use Mega Swing here to hit all the enemies. I probably should have just got the tune instead of Reckless, but I was hoping to get at least more than 1. Expect the jump attack. Okay, good. So I have to keep, obviously, taking deep breaths every so often, still trying to recover from COVID. So. Good double on that, at least. Have to use this on Ida, unfortunately. Yep. Waited for him to get into range for Reckless there. I saw him moving over, so I knew he would. Shouldn't about the mana, but it's fine. Probably should have waited for Adachi's turn, actually. Adachi attacks faster. Does pretty much the same amount of damage. I think actually Adachi does it. I'm not sure the health ring, but I think Adachi does a tiny bit more than Ichi here anyway. But it's only 1 attack rather than the 3, so I should have waited for Adachi's turn. I'm hoping that Namba goes first here, because Ichi first isn't the worst thing, but with no mana, Ichi first gets a little awkward here. Namba first sets everybody on fire. Stun on that guy, at least. Not too bad. Adachi got a really bad agility roll, but the stun from the sofa there helped out a lot. We don't go for that town. I'm going for one of the top floor now, because obviously it's a bit faster. This is so hard. I hate this. Alright, so hopefully we get the good turn order. The good turn order is Namba, Ichi, Adachi. Reason being is that you want Adachi after Ichi so that you get a free opportune attack like this. Kaseyama is our second strong enemy, obviously. Kaseyama has a HP block halfway through the fight. Ideally, we will hit him with Pyro Burn from one of these Pyro Dodges. Good. We now have a very small chance to beat Kaseyama in the first turn of the next round after this one. He's hit his HP block. As you can see, he didn't take any damage to the Pyro. So now, I'm hoping that I do big agility rolls, and preferably hit a crit with either Ichi or Adachi. If I do, then we're going to get out of this fight 1 turn earlier. That's okay damage so far. Nope. Not enough. Just not enough. Just not enough. You do need high damage rolls on that one, which is a shame. That move right there can legitimately just outright kill Namba. Even at full HP, so you just want to be careful of that. Shit, I need that heal. Sometimes the hitbox doesn't register, which is really weird. Hey, Mustache Dow. Yeah, a little bit. I'm still very much fucked, but a little bit at least. I'll set fire this guy, fuck it. Why not? That's at least a double. I was hoping to be a triple, but I think it's a double. Still decent because it gets around to Ichi's turn. Just do this. It is really hard to do my usual upbeat commentary at the moment. Like, my chest hurts. This sucks. I should probably not be pushing myself this hard to stream at the moment, but again, it's been almost 2 weeks at this point, so... No. No lag. He's in trouble. So is Itchy with this MP value, actually. Nice crit. Yikes. It's not the end of the world. Right. With Namba dying, that causes us a problem in the next chapter. Ironically enough. Not the next chapter, the chapter afterwards. With every single fight... Why did I try and pause there? I always do. With every single fight, you get bond points after the fight. Now, you get a specifically enough bond points, or just enough bond points, for a bond link conversation with Namba at the right time, as long as he doesn't die. Because Namba has died, this now means that I am going to have to rectify that and his bond points elsewhere. The nice thing is there's a couple of drink link conversations around town that we can pick up, one of which is right on the way to a specific objective that we need to go and grab, so we will be grabbing that one because we grab it anyway. But essentially, if Namba dies one more time in the next chapter, or this chapter, both possible, then we're in big trouble. Very big trouble. Again, there's another way to rectify it, but we will be in massive trouble if that happens again. And now, hopefully, I can have a good fight here, because this fight can suck. This fight is one of the hardest fights, RNG-wise, in this entire run. Again, hoping that Namba starts first, because then we hopefully set these two on fire. Perfect. Now, the problem in this fight is actually Ida. Ida no longer heals. Kaseyama's not stunned. That's really bad, actually. Oh, Jesus. Nice follow. Fuck. That's why it's bad. Shit. I don't know how to deal with this. I think I just fucked up. Because that makes Ida break out of that, and now Ida's going to heal himself next turn. Kikao's not dead. Man. Fuck. Itchy being taunted just ruined this fight. If I can get both with this will salvage this a little bit. Come on, dude. That at least gets the both of them, so Ida's dead. Gower is going to be a problem here. Yep. He needs to be dealt with. He actually needs to be dealt with. Itchy needs to deal with Kikagawa right now. Please don't kill Namba. Okay. Ew, bad fight. The only good thing out of this is that Itchy's used none of his MP, so Itchy can just continually throw out the tag teams for free opportunities. Nice crit. What a terrible fight. See, the ideal person that you want crit in this, or taunted in this fight, is Adachi. Because the only thing we want to do with Adachi is just use normal attacks. We just want to use normal attacks to get those opportune attacks out for all of this damage that you're about to see here. Like, it's just free 120 damage every time. It's insane. I think I kill with Itchy Adachi. Yep. Terrible. Terrible. We are losing a lot of time to this chapter. That was not good. Oof. We're probably going to be losing like a good 30-40 seconds this chapter. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. Awful fight. Awful, awful fight. And that's just the way the RNG can happen, unfortunately. I think that kills any hope of sub 4. But we'll see. Again, as I said, no reset. We're carrying on. Awful chapter. Namba death into that is just good. I wonder if I should have taunted Kaseyama. Or at least tried to talk Kasiyama with Adachi. I think waking Ida up was the other thing that fucked me there. Yeah, there goes all my time. Ew. Trouble is, I had a very good chapter 4 in my PB as well. So not only am I having a bad chapter 4 here, but I also am going up against a very good chapter 4. So, ouch. Run's definitely not over. I got minutes of time save coming up, so. But, yep. As I said, 40 odd seconds. Ouch. Ugh. Dear oh dear. Dear oh dear. But yeah, I can start saving time as of this chapter. So. Accidentally messed up my notes. Okay. I just have to remember the right order of things in this chapter. So, even though we have Sayako as a new party member, even though she's a higher level than the rest of our party members, she's actually not as good as the others, because her base weapon is really bad. Nice crit. Unnecessary, but nice crit nonetheless. So we aren't actually going to be attacking with Sayako that much at the start of this chapter, even though Sayako is going to become one of our strongest party members, especially early on. Yeah. Now, guy from Part-Time Hero, he acts exactly the same way Kasiyama does, so he can guard every attack from the front. So unfortunately, when Adachi gets a slow agility roll, we have to use Reckless, just so that he doesn't guard against us. Hopefully she gets a high agility roll here. Probably won't. He did. Good. Just my shortcut input. Cleared. Okay. Alright, cool. And so Part-Time Hero acts as your completion list in this game. So thankfully the game keeps track of everything we've done so far. We also, as part of Part-Time Hero, gain access to a couple of missions, all of which do different things for us. We'll be doing a couple of those missions during the run. We need to do those missions, otherwise we literally cannot finish the run. We grab the taxi there for our taxi list, and now we carry on and we do a little bit of story for a while. And this is also where, after this next fight, it's also where we will be fixing Namba's missing bond points from his death in the previous chapter.
Hope you're doing.
I'm existing. That's about all I can say right now. Jeff, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate it. And shit hurts. Shit is hard. It is very hard to breathe sometimes. We're itchy. We're using Gary Buster Holmes. Where's Guo? I was hoping this would be a double, but I don't think it is. Yeah. If I could have clipped the guy on the right, that would have been really fast. But I probably should have gone after those two. I don't think this kills this guy. I saw Namba in a good position, which is why I went for Itchy to finish those off. Good positioning from Namba there. Good positioning from Namba basically made that that fight go really fast. Otherwise, we would have had to waited for Adachi's turn and Reckless again. So not too bad. Because everyone in that fight is pretty much weak to fire. So obviously Namba's really good in that fight. Alright, so the whole thing about doing LAD at low levels is most of your damage isn't actually tied to your levels. Most of your damage, there's obviously a little bit that's tied to your levels and stuff. Most of your damage is actually tied to your weapons. So the game's going to introduce us to the blacksmith, but on the way in, we want to grab this conversation right here. That is going to get Namba's bond points back to a more respectable level. Not fully maxed out like it should be at this point, and that's the reason why the next fight can be a problem, because if Namba dies in the next fight after this one, or that fight previously, we've got a problem. But again, there's another bond link conversation we can grab to rectify that. But for now, we're just gonna carry on as if everything is normal. This is really hurting my chest, not gonna lie. Whew. So Zeng is back. Zeng has a couple of new tricks up his sleeves. I'm actually gonna quarterbag one of these ads over here because with Sayaka we're gonna take out the ads. We do need a bit of persuasion with Itchy. We need to make a swing all of them first. Wait for Zeng to get up so Pyrododge doesn't miss. And now we do all at a single target against Zeng. Sayaka takes care of the ads. Now, ideally, Zeng does not do the thing. He did not do the thing. I don't know what the hell Zeng's doing right now. He's not doing much of anything. So, Zeng has two new things. This is not one of them. This is still stare down. It's still a pain in the ass. But one of the things that Zeng can do is Liu Mang's Glare, which is an upgraded version of that stare down. Liu Mang's Glare is actually party-wide fear. It can hit everybody, and as you can probably surmise in a speedrun, that's fucking horrific. That can literally lose you an insane amount of time. I've lost like 45 seconds to that fight, just because when Zeng's on one hit left, Zeng decides to use Liu Mang's Glare, and it's hit everybody. Because fuck Zeng and everything he stands for. The other thing that Zeng has in that fight that he didn't use is a defensive stance, and that defensive stance is essentially a be-all counter. But thankfully, he didn't use it. Now, this is where we get to the route changes. If you didn't see the last time we did the run of this, this is Illusion routes. So, because it's Illusion route, we no longer get Nancy. We no longer have a use for Nancy in this run. We're replacing Nancy with Illusion. So we're gonna instead go ahead and carry on the story. By doing this story beat here, this is gonna give us access to Part-Time Hero's big set of quests, and that's important. We also gain access to the job system. The job system is very, very important in the speedrun. We're going to be changing almost everybody's jobs. We're going to start right now. We're going to start with Sayaka, and we're going to change it to Hostess. Give me pattern A today, I suppose. And as I said, we're now going to go and see Part-Time Hero. But before we go and see Part-Time Hero, we're going to grab something on the way up. This is very, very important. This safe right here contains a weapon. It is quite obviously a weapon for Sayako. Now, it's the same damage weapon that she currently has here. Has a little bit of an ice affinity, but the more important thing about that weapon is that it is her upgradable weapon. Every single class has at least one upgradable weapon, and as I said earlier, your weapons are where your damage comes from. As we leave, we get a phone call from Part-Time Hero saying somebody left the door open and all the cats have gotten out. Therefore, we have to go and get all the cats. If we can get all 9 cats, we get a reward of 1 million yen and a second quest for one final cat and another 1 million yen. So we're going to go and do that. And as we're doing that, we're also going to do another one of Part-Time Hero's big side quests. We're going to go and get 10 pictures of 10 different Kappa statues. The reward for these Kappa statues is a very cool 2 million yen, which as you can probably guess is... I'm stupid. You're out, idiot. You're out. As you can probably guess, that's the whole money thing that we need to get to Sotenbori. The 1 million yen that we get from the cats, however, is going to be used in this chapter. It's going to be... A lot of it's going to be used in this chapter to basically prep us for the early to mid game. Now, if Namba died a second time, this is the point where you need to rectify his lack of bond points. What we can do is, hopefully there isn't a fight spawn here so I can show you properly. Good. Along this road right here is a bond link conversation between Namba and Sayako. If Namba has died twice, you must do this bond link conversation. That is a bad fight spawn. I gotta go the long way. That sucks. That really sucks. That's a bad fight spawn. And because we need to grab this taxi before we use the actual story stuff. Fuck. COVID. Swear to God. No fight spawn is good. If ever you see me tilt my head like this, it's because my microphone is in the way of my minimap. So I have to kind of tilt my head like this to be able to see my minimap. Make sure everything is still good. Popo. Yes. Oh yes, the Popo is different now, don't forget. So by carrying on the story, it makes it nighttime, but it also puts us on the other side of the station. This is important. We need money. Our money from Chapter 2 got put into the ATM, so whilst we're here, we're going to go over to the ATM, withdraw all the money, and then leave. Careful of fight spawns on the way out here. That fight spawn right there is in the way. That's really bad, actually. Because as you can see, there's a Kappa statue right here. I need that Kappa statue. That fight spawn's still there. That's why I'm taking a bit of a weirder route back so that it doesn't see me. I want to go down here where you will hear, hopefully, quiet today, this cat right here. Cool. I hate the D-pad on the DualSense. I hate it so much. And you'll hear down this alleyway. Hopefully. Could they being quiet today? There it is. This cat. Okay. Menu time. Sayako gets sparkling. She also gets her new weapon. And we carry on with the story. I'm just having a few problems breathing at the minute. Bloody hell, this thing really does hit your lungs so hard. This sucks. We want to take care of two enemies in here, preferably Okino and Yokoyama. Those are the ones that have the most HP. With Ichi, you want to use Gary, because Gary will take out all the other ants. Adachi should have enough damage to take care of that guy even when he's standing up. That said, Sayako is real strong at the start of this. Now, I think it should be Ichi to start this fight. This is Kume. Everybody fucking hates Kume. We like him in the speedrun because he's weak to every single attack in the game. Every single attack. Get hecked on, Kume. Shame that guy survived, but good fight otherwise. Just a bit of a low damage roll from Namba. But good fight. Very good fight. Very, very good fight. Which is good, because I haven't had good fights in this chapter so far. Now, it's time to introduce to you the most powerful character in this game, and I shit you not. This is Eri. She is genuinely one of the strongest characters in this game. She is going to be somebody in the speedrun that literally saves us somewhere between 20 to 45 minutes. She is insanely strong. She is insanely strong. This is the business minigame. I get to chill during this bit, which is nice. I can get my breathing a bit more under control. With the business minigame, we get a tutorial on the Ichiban Confections business that is currently failing. We're going to have to turn this place around, and that is also how you unlock Eri. And we're going to be getting a bunch of money from this as well. I'm going to show you the very quick, dirty, easy way of getting to rank 100 in the least amount of time possible with the least amount of inputs possible. So, follow what I do here, because it's the important bit. Need to put the right stuff in the right places. So, Tome, I, omelette. I'm going to sack the 2 lads that we aren't using, which is a bit of a shame, because we do need red guys for what's coming up. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Congratulations, that's all you have to do. You can now reach rank 100 in the quickest amount of time possible with the least amount of input. You don't have to do anything else at this point. That is literally it. So, Yakuza 1 is on Steam. Yakuza Kiwami. Fucking hell, it's hard to speak. Fuck COVID, y'all. Dear, oh dear. Don't skip this bit. We have to leave before we can do the rest of the business minigame. The game actually, like, forcibly ejects you out. We're going to be going and doing the rest of this now, though. So what we're going to do is we're going to run straight north once we're out of the story cutscenes. If you played this game casually, you know at this point you can actually end the chapter here. We're going to be spending the next, like, 30 minutes basically getting ourselves ready for the early to mid game. Again, there's a lot of your damage is tied to your weapons. We're using very basic weapons on Sayako still. We want to get everybody's weapons as strong as they can be for what's coming up. So, first of all, cap. Now, the important thing about this bit, if there's a fight spawn here, which there isn't today, you want to take it. So, I need to grab this taxi for later on. You need to get into one fight. I was tempted to grab that fight there. Actually, I probably should have done. Reason being is that your summons, your pound mates, are on cooldowns, and there's one specific one that we need. Gary Buster Holmes. Oh, this is what you do for this bit, by the way. Hi, Initio. Hi, Master Sasuoka. Make everyone happy. Whoops. Change board here. You for you, and you. Okay. This is the shelter meetings. The first few shelter meetings are very, very easy. This is all you have to do. Angry one first. Wait for a little bit, because we use a couple of points up there. That was not the one I wanted to use. Oh boy. Well, I fucked this up quite badly. I should have enough points because this should be all the one, but let's go through it the old-fashioned way. Oh, wait for a tiny bit just in case. I did have enough points. I messed that up. I messed up. You're supposed to use Nishio to damage instead of Master Sasuoka. The reason why you don't want to use Master Sasuoka for damage is because its persuasiveness is really low. So Master Sasuoka is only here to break barriers rather than do the actual damage. But that's essentially the gist of what you want to do in the shareholder meetings. The only difference is the third shareholder meeting. The third shareholder meeting changes the rules up quite a bit, as you will see when we get there. Oops, wasn't expecting no pop-ups. Slowpoke, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming, I appreciate it. Thank you all for summing up the Yakuza scenario on Steam, because I'm gonna take a little bit to get my breathing back into rhythm. Don't take any contracts. The things in between the rounds of the business minigame here, the only thing you need to worry about is your staff members asking for contract upgrades, where you want to give your staff contract upgrades. That's the only thing you need to worry about. If Home Run Takashi comes to you looking for a job again, you turn the bugger off. He's only good at baseball. And even then, debatable. Yeah, for those who don't know, this is my first proper stream back since I got COVID, so obviously struggling a little bit, but like the business minigame here, there's things to talk about, but it is very much a 5-minute kind of downtime period. So Ideally, you don't want that many pop-ups in between the rounds here, because obviously faster. That's a surprise. So. I was hoping it would take like 2 hours for my lungs to start feeling like they were dying during this run, but yeah. It's happened a lot earlier than I expected it to. For shareholder meetings, make sure everyone's happy, and now let me show you how to do this properly this time, shall I? Again, go for the angry one, doesn't matter which one, they're both angry. I brain fired for a second now, I don't know why. That was weird. That was very, very weird. I don't know why I brain fired. I probably don't actually have to use the skill right here because we've got enough points. I definitely didn't need to, it's fine. I've never had a shareholder meeting go that quickly. Nice. I haven't been watching all the gameplay video demos, but yes, I've seen that Kaito has an EX mode, which makes me very upset. And I've also seen the chase section for Kaito that they did with today's video, which, yeah, I appreciate that. That's going to help go faster in Speedrun. It's almost as if they should probably remove those systems from the video game because nobody likes them. And they've been attempting to streamline them for a little while now. So after this, it's Can Quest, right? Yeah, it's Can Quest. No. Leave me alone, Morifuku. Cannot. I cannot, my dude. But yeah, for those who don't know, even if I'm still suffering from COVID, on Monday we're doing a full playthrough of the Kaito DLC. We will be going until we are done. Watch it take like 10 hours. We will be going until it's done, and then on Tuesday I will be speedrunning it and submitting it to GDQ. Yikes. I'm going to hurt myself. No. Ugh, that was a lot of pop-ups. That was not good. Again, all these pop-ups that happen in between the business rounds, they're all completely randomized bar one, which is asking you for the ad campaign, which obviously we don't take in the speedrun because we don't need it. So all of these pop-ups are completely randomized. I had good luck to begin with, I'm now getting kind of bad luck, to be honest. So. Hey, Shane! Show me. This one is the tricky one. This one goes a little different. So, for this one, start with Jesse. Now you'll see that I'm using Tomei here. What you want to do is you actually want to use Tomei instead of Omelette to finish off the enemies here. Tomei has more persuasiveness than Omelette does. I'm gonna wait just in case we get high one. Look at that, 0 points. That's why we waited for a second. You gotta be very careful with this one. This one is the tricky one, but that's essentially what you do. Essentially for the last one, you swap out Omelette as the ending factor, and you change it to Tomei, and once you hit rank 100, that's Eri. So we'll be unlocking Eri in a little bit, not just yet. We also gain access to a skill that hopefully you will only see me cast once. If I cast it more than once, we've had a really horrific bout of RNG. So we'll see. Ooh, that skill. Stack Slap. So again, hopefully you only see me use it once. If I use it more than once, we've got a problem. Anyway, Can Quest. I like Can Quest's taxi because it's one of the easiest taxis to remember. It's up by 3, up by 3. It's really nice and easy to remember. This fight spawn is in the way. We don't actually do the sub-story, but I'm doing the sub-story to get past the fight spawn. One of those nice things you can just, you know, start off and then just leave. You heard it. There's a cat up here. We're going for the cat. And we're going to go and start a sub-story here in Chapter 5 that we're not going to finish until Chapter 12, the second-hand shop sub-story. Okay. So we have our different shopping list. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. And we start with pansies? Yes. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. So we need to grab this cat on the way through. It's just chilling here at the water fountain, as you do. Good cat. Now we want to go over to this box here, this truck. It sells flowers.
いらっしゃいませ。
1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
ありがとうございました。
That is the easy shop. The hard shop is coming up. Ooh, bad fight spawn. Ooh, I don't like that. Where the hell do I go to get away from this? I'm gonna just go this way, right? So I gotta keep an eye ahead of me for a specific fight spawn. It's there on the right. That is very good. That's not. Them seeing me that early is very not good. Because I need this taxi. Somehow they lost track of me. That shouldn't have happened there. But very nice. Very nice. We now run into Chinatown. Chinatown has some of the nastiest fight spawns in the entire game. Fuck, COVID. Fuck you. Leave me alone. So, grab this taxi. Down here, no fight spawn is good. Grab ourselves cats. It's the pharmacy stuff after this, right? Yes. Yes, pharmacy stuff. Hello? Camera? Thank you. I don't know why that wasn't coming out. That was weird. That was very weird. Very, very weird. Very, very weird. Anyway, pharmacy time. We need to buy a couple of items. A couple of these are going to be self-explanatory. A couple of them aren't going to be. Francis poultices, mental supplements, first aid kits, plant stamina and spark, and 37 isoprex. Yes. Over to the bar. This is where we do the bond stuff. So this is going to be the one and only glitch that you see in this run coming up. So we need Sayako's bond conversation, but we don't actually have the points for it. X is the option for this one. Oh yeah, you have to skip a little bit of dialogue here before you can skip the rest of the scene. This looks like a skippable cutscene. It's not. Excuse me. Ugh. This is. It's the last time you'll ever see Eri in a story cutscene ever again. But with that, Eri joins the party. Okay, so Namba's conversation has now changed a little bit. It used to be circle X, but it is now circle circle. Oops, we'll skip a little bit. The style and charisma we're getting is for job unlocks for Itchy. That's the specific reason why we want to do these ones. Okay, so Sayako. Her favourite flowers are lilies. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give her the lilies, and then we're going to skip every instance of this cutscene. Every instance of this cutscene actually counts towards the bond points. So as you can see, instead of getting only 5, we got 30 instead. And that is the glitch. That is the bond glitch that you can do. So if you just press start and you keep skipping through it, you gain more bond points than you normally would. It's used a lot in all sub-stories, but it's now used in the 80% as well. We want to speak to the bartender. Nope. The bartender, for fuck's sake. Namba's hitbox is stupidly large. We fucking hate Namba's hitbox in this house. And then we leave outside. By speaking to the barkeep, we can actually do some gardening. Okay, good. Now we're going to run down here, and this should be party stuff into the part-time hero? Yes. Okay. So, as we go around here, you will find, or here, hopefully final cat if I've done everything correctly up until this point. With that, Namba for Eri, and then yeah, Adachi for Namba. That's right. That's the new lineup. That's the new lineup. I just got to remember that because Adachi doesn't get used for a couple of chapters now, and instead Namba does. So more chances for Namba to die. Thumbs up, I guess. So, if we've done everything correctly, when we speak to part-time hero, you will get a cutscene with the cats, which is good. We then get given one last quest. You can see our $1,000,000 reward. We get given one last quest for one last cat, which is what we're going to go and do right now. And this is where the big shop is about to occur, so I'm going to have to concentrate very hard on this one. Because I have a big shopping list here. If you're a new runner and you don't have that many odd stones, you can fight that guy over there. Because you need at least one odd stone to carry on with this bit. So if you don't have any odd stones because you were that unlucky and you can get that unlucky, go and fight that guy. He's not a guarantee if I spawn. 10 of you, 24 of you, 18 of you, 5 of you, 18 of you, 23 of you. I only need 20 of you, so I'll grab you. Dusty Iron, I need 43, so I'll grab 41. Sturdy, I need 51. I'll do whatever. Refined Iron, 45, because I bought less with the other stuff, so it should be fine. Cloudy Pain, 22. Clear, 36. Make sure 41, which it will be. Immaculate, 34. Make sure 36, which is Tempered, 27, which will be 28. Very nice. Sturdy 15. This is the old stuff. God, there's 23 now, not 26. Green is still 9. Thick Hide is 13, 20. Smooth is 20 on the dot. Hand is 8 and free full break. Cap statue. 38 daikon. These are all precise numbers, they have to be followed to the letter. 61 hot peppers, because we like our spicy food. 50 potatoes, because we like our potatoes. 53 onions. 72 garlic, because fuck vampires apparently. 7 mushrooms, 13 carrots. And of course, don't forget the most important aspect of this trip. Robson. Okay, should be good. So, with Robson, we now get ourselves a second reward. The second reward is another $1,000,000, but it is also a very, very strong damaging pound mate. One of the strongest damaging pound mates in the entire game. We're going to be using him all the way to the final goddamn boss. Robson, good. Bar district time? Bar district time. 1, 2, 10, 2, 10, 1. 1, 2, 10, 2, 10, 1. 1, 2, 10, 2, 10, 1. 1, 2, 10, 2, 10, 1. 1, 2, 10, 2, 10, 1. 1, 2, 10, 2, 10, 1. Before we go into the bar, we want to grab our freshly made mysterious fruits. We need those. We need those for lunchboxes. Oops. 1, 2, 10. 2, 10, and 1. It's very important we do this specifically. These are what we bought the ingredients for. The You can't taxi in here, you dumbass, you know this. The lunchboxes that we got, specifically the 10 of, those are going to be our 20 healing lunchboxes for the speedrun. The rest of them are going to be for part-time hero quests, which will get us a specific weapon. So, these vending machines, I need to get one more extra thing here now, which is very important. First of all, we grab ourselves 5 muscle soda, 5 kiwami drink. On this one, grab ourselves 1 Suntory mineral water. Very important, you get the mineral water. You need it to finish off a specific quest, which is going to be in Chapter 7. Run up here, open this safe. This is going to get us a weapon. Blacksmith. Excuse me. If everything we've done so far is correct, we'll be able to do specific weapon upgrades here. So, Blacksmith level 2, 7 or 8, 9 is good. Craft. Want ourselves steel broom. Lightning bandages, down by 3, I think. Yep. Roller, and voltaic. Upgrade bandages by 1. Pouch by 3. Hello work. So, we're going to be changing one character to 2 different jobs. That character is going to be Itchy. We want Foreman, but then we want Itchy to become his job for the rest of the run, which is Host. Reason being is that by going to Foreman, we get a cross-class skill called Demolish, and Host is very good. You can be magic. Oh, I'm not fucking thinking at this point. Okay, so I need to do this, I believe. Yes. So I need to do a specific fight. I need to get into a fight before we get to the next part of the run. So by taxiing here, you're usually guaranteed a fight spawn around here. Here it is. Perfect. I just need to escape from this fight. I do not need to do this fight. By escaping from this fight, I now have Gary... Oh, no. I should now have Gary Buster Hose off cooldown for the next story fight that we need to do. That fight is almost... Oh, right, I don't need to taxi here anymore because we don't do fucking Nancy, you dumb idiot. Shit. Shit, I need to remember that. Oh, boy. Fuck, do I just come straight here, then? Shit, I need to figure out what Tom does. Anyway, report in all of our stuff. Gets us tarot cards. Obviously, we want to grab this cap satchel while we're here. We're going to bust into this side shop here. No, I forgot to check something. My notes even say finish Nancy on them. Bad notes. No finishing Nancy. Nancy is not part of the run anymore. How dare you? Yeah, that's everything. Adachi, optimize, Eri, optimize Psycho accessories. So magic light for EXP, so that's it for that, and Jinai Station. Fighting train station for the boss. That would make sense considering how often... Yeah, that fight spawn right there would be perfect to take. Because there are a shit ton of fight spawns in this bit. You're almost always guaranteed a fight spawn around here, so I guess that's actually probably a really good idea. I feel like I've forgotten something. Looking at my time, I'm actually not doing very well at all. Eri needs EXP, so she gets a Kiwami drink. Don't like that you're not stunned. Now we wait till Eri's turn, at which point this man gets kicked right in the face. This sets up Itchy nicely for the start of the next fight. Summons the Robson. And, yeah, I lose time here, I think. Shit. Good old... You're alive, huh? That's unfortunate. Right, well that would be enough to kill you with Sayako's upgraded weapon. I guess I am wrong. Good to know for next time. I was hoping to actually save some time there, so I'm not too happy about that. Oh, now we need a lucky grenade. Now we need a very lucky grenade. So this is where we're going to use that grenade we picked up all the way back in Chapter 4. So this is where Stack Slap comes into play. Stack Slap can take care of both of the ads in one hit, but ideally we have a grenade that hits all three of these enemies. The important thing is that the grenade hits Yan. Yan needs to get hit by this grenade 100%. As it took care of the two ads, that's nice because now I suck, you Stack Slap. Simple as that. That's the quickest way you can get out of this fight. It's also the quickest attack that Yan can use. Yan has a couple of attacks that are really fucking annoying, but thankfully, Yan wasn't a dick, so... Skills, Eri. Rolling kick, thumbtack out. Good. Single target healing in this speedrun is very rare. Grab any that you can get your hands on, like those two boxes there. Because they can save your bacon in the late game chapters. Trust me on this one. Boy. Attack this guy. Thanks for not running away at least, but if you could, you know, I don't mean to be rude, hurry the fuck up and attack me. Thank you. Appreciate it. So, the problem with this chapter, this is a very RNG chapter. One of the most RNG chapters in the entire run. Remember earlier when I talked about escaping from fights? That's about to come to a head right here. We are going to have to get out of these sewers, escaping as many fights as possible. Eri, as you can see, doesn't require as much room as our other characters to escape from fights. She is fucking amazing. The trouble is Dragon Engine shenanigans. So, you'll look and see, you know, we've got plenty of room to move with Eri here, but that didn't work for some reason. The game has random invisible barriers. You're not supposed to be able to walk past these barriers, and it's supposed to keep all your party members from, you know, randomly running off in the middle of a fight to the other side of the city. If the game thinks that you are behind that invisible barrier, sometimes it will just say, hey, no, you don't get to escape. But again, it goes down to the exact same stratagem as earlier, in that you just need enough space behind your character to be able to escape from the fight. Simple as that. Again, certain characters don't need as much space behind them. Eri and Sayako don't need that much space, whereas Ichi and Namba do. So ideally, you get that escape first time with Eri. She's on fire today. This is nice. Now, big warning, turn your volume down right now. This is not a joke. This game gets a little loud if certain fights are ended in one turn. This is the first one. Turn your volume down right now. By God, I hope it's not bad, because I feel like shit right now. Hey, little Fluffy. Yeah, one more time. Turn your volume down right now. Last chance. Please don't crit. Fuck. I hate that. Every fiber of my being. There's nothing I can do about that. Because we're in the sewers, the sound is actually amplified, it echoes, and obviously it gets a little more thick if Eri crits as well. This one isn't so bad, but if Eri crits, it's gonna, again, get kind of loud. Not as bad, but still loud. 2 odd stones. I think I need one more. I have one more. As long as I get one more, we'll be fine. So I like running in the room there to give Eri a bit more chance escaping this fight, because this fight actually, you wouldn't think so, but this fight sucks to escape from. Like, it really sucks to escape from. There is one last fight escape on this floor coming up here. It's a little harder to pull off. If you can pull it off, it's really good. Yeah, I messed it up by bouncing. I hate trying to escape from this fight. I suck at it these days. Yeah, I know that wasn't going to work after the smoke bomb. That sucks. But you can avoid this fight just by sticking to the left here and going up the stairs. It's a little hard to pull off. but it is doable. Just gotta remember to grab our item on the way up. Certain fights are very easy to escape from, as you could probably guess. This one here is one of the easiest fights to escape from in the game. You just stick to the right. Simple as that. Just don't mess up your movement, it's easy. But this set piece is very, very long. It's very, very long in speedrun standards, and we're just running from everything. It's like a 10-minute long dungeon. It just sucks. It's just too long. I understand why it's long, because obviously it becomes the... I was gonna say, I actually want to manually aim for this guy. So what you'll see me do sometimes, like here, you'll see me manually aim with my party members. I've said before that running at the start of a fight sends you in a bit of a randomized direction. The way to stop that is by targeting specific enemies. By targeting specific enemies, you're telling the game you want to run parallel away from the person you targeted. That's the reason why sometimes you'll see me actually target enemies, so that I can tell the game, hey, I want to run this way rather than a random chance of, you know, not running the way that I want to run. Go on, Psycho. Bad escape. Very bad escape. Terrible escape. This chapter started well, it is not ending well for fight escape so far. We're not even at the end, we're halfway through. Ugh. I usually, because the thing that you want to do is you want to escape from this chapter with a minimum of 5 smoke bombs. 4 at the very least, but preferably 5. So importantly, once we're done with this fight, we want to go to the right-hand side of the room. We want to grab this safe right here. This is going to contain a hat that does magic up. And that is going straight on Sayako. Straight on Sayako. You know, I probably should have picked a smaller speedrun for my first stream back. It's hitting way harder than I expected it to. Anyway, turn your volume down one last time. This one usually doesn't work. But if it does work, it's gonna get very, very loud. So turn your volume down one last time. I need at least 1 odd stone from this fight, which I should get with at least 4 of the enemies that drop odd stones. Jesus, Harry, how far away are you? It worked. It worked. Cool, I guess. Good. I'm not upset about that in terms of speed, but fucking hell. Surprised that. Yeah, I was gonna say that shouldn't work. I'm not gonna risk it because there's no one after Itchy in the turn order. If there's nobody after Itchy in the turn order, I will not risk Itchy trying to escape from a fight, because if he fails, the enemy are gonna get a lot of turns. Because Sayako's agility should be around Itchy's, same with Namba's. So if they're not going after Itchy, that means they have hit low agility rolls. Silveria, thank you very much for the 13 months. I appreciate it. Oh my god. All of a sudden, my escapes are not doing good. They're doing pretty terrible. But yeah, streams will be touch and go until Kaito DLC, at which point, as I said, on Monday we'll be doing a full playthrough of Kaito's DLC. We'll do it all in one sitting, and then on the Tuesday we will be speedrunning it, because I need to submit it to GQ. I hope it's not just use EX like LJ any percent, but I get the suspicion it will be. I have a nasty suspicion it will be. The thing that makes me interested in Kaito DLC, Kaito doesn't have the gadgets that Yagami uses to despawn enemies. Kaito DLC might not have a method to despawn enemies. Now the nice thing is we have obviously the fast travel anywhere, but this will be interesting. Oh, I'm not running it for any GDQ, I want to submit it to SGDQ. Submission period opened up a couple of days ago, and with COVID I am struggling a lot to record videos for it. So my only real plan is to do Kaito's DLC, and I've got 1 day to do it. Fun, baby. Fun. Alright, cool. Not the best sewers, unfortunately. Not the worst, but definitely not the best, unfortunately. Okay. Crane time! So the felt hat on Sayako is to guarantee that we'll do enough damage to one cycle this boss. So we'll start with a rolling kick. Tag team efforts are mayhem. Namba will, for the first phase, use pigeons on this thing. And a sparking cannon for Sayako, which should get Yan out of the actual excavator. It did not. Somebody low damage rolled. I might be dead. Shit. Okay. This is not good. This is very not good. Okay, Ichi's got a good agility roll. We need to Kiwami drink Eri for EXP. So why didn't that work? So why did that not work? Was that just a low agility roll, or did I fuck something up somewhere? Because I definitely put the felt hat on Sayako, so it's not that. She has her accessories. Everybody should have their proper weapons on. Honk. Ooh, I wonder. I have a suspicion. Check it once I've been to the blacksmith. Namba. There's a chance that Namba doesn't have his weapon on. Strengthen. Fuck. Tarot cards by 3. I remember that at least. Oh, and Voltage 1, of course. There it is. Yep. I did not optimize Namba. I did not optimize Namba. He doesn't have his strong weapon on. That's why. That's why. Yep. Yeah, had a suspicion Namba's damage was really low with that pigeon raid. Alright. Alright, well, nice easy fix at the very least. Nice easy fix. That's one of those mistakes that won't happen again, so. Oh well. Hey, so, this next bit. This bit's a pain in the ass with the new route, because we don't have Nancy to be able to obviously take care of enemies. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to thumbtack this guy in the middle, hopefully hit all of them. Nice. I'm going to have Namba go second, which is very weird. Not the end of the world, because I get to do this. Hello? Oh shit, that's me being wrong again. For some reason, I was trying to use Mega Swing, despite the fact that we've never been hero at this point. That was a very good fight as well, so I kind of fucked that up. Turn left, eyes up, cap statue, take picture. Big shot. Let's go. Alright, so we need damage. More damage. So, superpower rings. We're going to put one on Eri, two on Eri, one on Adachi. Yep. So, a bracelet on Psycho. And no, sorry, Souls on Uchi. Good. Don't start, skip into this fight. For the love of God. Love of God. Once again, make sure we hit the guy with the large HP bar. Because everybody else just melts. I think this kills. Doesn't. Because I thought with the Gary Buster Holmes damage output, it would kill, but... How much damage difference was it? A lot. A massive amount. From the weapon itself, like 50 odd points of damage, which is a lot. It's like... I think in that fight, you're supposed to do like... Probably like... Almost 100 damage more. Eri needs herself more experience. Nice, we've got a very, very good agility turn order with Sayako. Good stuff, Baitakale. End of the chapter. Okay, so even though that was a very bad chapter, and obviously I fucked up with Namba's weapon, we're saving a boatload of time. As I said, my chapter 6 in my PB was pants. Look at that. It's a good 40 seconds of time save. Now this, if you've not seen the Illusion route, is where everything changes. This is where everything gets super different. So, we're gonna lose a little bit of time in this chapter, but we are gonna gain time back later on. Because we're gonna do a little bit more in this chapter than we used to do, but now the stuff that we're gonna do in this chapter is gonna make it so that the late game gets a lot faster. So, first of all, we need our job changes. So, Eri becomes dealer. You can be pattern B to this. And of course, Adachi becomes enforcer. You can be Kiryu to Amagi. No, Gear, Hichi. Whose shoes? Eri's, yeah. And then Namba out for Adachi. I knew I forgot something there. Okay. This is where things change. Again, I'm going to make mistakes because I've only done this route once. So, on the way to go see Songhee, we're actually going to be taking a detour into Iumeni's Vow, which is the restaurant right here. Because inside is a washed-up Korean superstar. A man who goes by the name of Illusion. We're going to do this now because this is going to set us up nicely for the big long conversation afterwards. So, in Bar Rodriguez. We're going to fight Illusion. So, here's how we do this fight. Whack him. Then hit him again. That should be enough to end the fight. So, I have now read up on when I skip cutscenes and stuff, so give me a second here. So now I need to concentrate. So we want the second dialogue option here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait a bit farther. When the thing actually changes. Here. Yep. Yeah, there it is. There it is. That's what I'm after. GNI station. So back here. Cool. Again, I just have to get used to this new route and to figure out where I'm going, and we should be good after this. So we now want to go and finish Illusion's sub-story. There are two reasons why we're doing this. We want Illusion as a summon over Nancy, because we don't have Nancy. If you're going that way, I might be able to risk this. Let's not. Let's not and say that we did. But also, we're going to get a specific item from this next fight. This fight is very, very easy. Very, very easy. That's the fight. That's the fight. So, the important thing that we get out of this is that we get the item here, Bullet of Memory. And if you're wondering what that is, it is... Wait for the cutscene thing. I should have known. Bullets of Memory is a job EXP item for the Hitman class, which is the default class of one Jungi Han. Really? I have to go the other way. Huh. Again, teething issues. I forgot I had to go straight south. Because, of course, this gets you over to Songhe, of course. That makes more sense. I was trying to be cheeky and skip through the... I'm in the cutscene. My hatred for this fight spawn. Why did you run into the wall? Airy, please. Cutscene. No. What's the cutscene trigger? Excuse me. Oh, that's terrible. That is terrible. Oh well.
俺ら少し前にコミジュルの人たちと揉めたことがあるんだけ
Again,
ど
just teething issues with the new route that I need to figure out.
ほら東電の件で
Hey, dangerous. Hope you're doing well.
そう
Okay, so
いやそれならいいんだけど
now
さ
we're going back to kind of what we did before, but we're going to mix things up because now we no longer have Nancy. Pretty much.
あれそんな風に見えちゃってる
Most fights that used to use Nancy now use Illusion instead, which should be obvious, but there's a couple of fights that are now going to be a little different, like those at the start of Komijou here, because obviously Adachi doesn't have his strong weapon like he used to in the old route, so we're going to have to supplement that with normal attacks and stuff like that. Okay. So, first fight. Excuse me for all of these, like, little gasps of breath as well again. Just... fuck COVID.
Hope you're feeling better.
I guess. A little bit, I suppose. Maybe. Comes like maybe the 9 months, I appreciate it. Alright, so, that should be the end of the first fight. That's gonna get a couple of job levels on Eri. A little bit of EXP up on Adachi, but again, Adachi doesn't have his strong weapon. So, we can't really do much with Adachi for now. So, this is where Illusion Supremacy begins. I hate Eri going first. Thank God this guy walked in front of the way. Nice crit. Hello, John. Our Korean superstar himself. Good lad. So, the fight at the start of this is going to be a little slower, because obviously we have to do a little more with Sayako than we do with Adachi. We obviously just change to Adachi and just go, you know, oh hey, Adachi just basically, you know, oh wait, I need Paralysis Prongs and Shield Blast. Yeah. Nice. Adachi just essentially, you know, used to shield blast enemies and end the fight, but because he's on his base default weapon, he doesn't have the damage. This is the reason why we need our smoke bombs, is because we can escape from all the fights in here. We have 7, so we have a couple of spare smoke bombs, which is really nice, because we no longer get the Hariti's amulet, which despawns all the enemies in the game. So, we need a couple of smoke bombs for safety, because again, running through Chinatown with Chinatown's insane fight spawns is just hell. And it really, really is, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm doing a little better. I'm actually struggling a lot tonight. COVID has... Whew, it's still got a grip on my chest, so I do need to be a little careful. Fuck COVID. Absolutely awful. Anyway, we have to find all the Komijou members. There we go. It's a little faster on PC because you can just use mouse here, and for some reason there's wicked mouse acceleration that makes everything go faster. This fight's easy. Robson. Just Robson. Most people ask me, again, how I remember what to do in fights. For the most part, what I do is remember what Ichi has to do. If I remember what Ichi has to do, easy peasy. You run from this fight. I might run from this fight just to keep a smoke bomb. That way I now have 6 smoke bombs, which means I have 3 spare smoke bombs, which is really nice. That's the last normal fight in here. Spam triangle here to skip through this conversation. And very importantly, go into the small side room here, because this is the upgradable weapon for Adachi. Now, it does have a bit more damage on it than its current one, so put it on immediately and go. If you're a new runner, I highly suggest grabbing this box on the right there. It is a first aid kit because death comes very quickly in this run, especially in the later part of it. And a med kit like that can literally save your run. At this point, we are too stupid to pick it up and we just go crazy, so... So, this is Jungi Han. This fight's going to be a little harder than it used to be, because obviously we don't have the damage that we used to. Now, Dragon Engine shenanigans mean that sometimes Dart Airstrike can miss. So we want to make sure that we wait a specific amount of ticks for Jungi Han to be stood up so that darts do not miss him. I think I waited one more tick than I needed to there. So he is going to do Divine Shot here, which is going to be AoE. It's going to hurt a lot. Won't kill though. By using Paralysis Prongs, it's going to mean that he goes for the closest target, which is Adachi. Hopefully he doesn't use Sleep Powder, because that's the worst thing he can use. That's good. That is literally the best attack he could use. Area above Ichi in the turn order is also very good, because you have to wait for him to stand up for darts. And with this, the fight's over. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good fight. In my PB, I had a bad Jungi Han. In my PB, he put Adachi to sleep. So we're saving time, which is good. We're saving a lot of time, which is very, very good. The escape from the Komi Duel section. Split's nice and easy as well. Ichi uses Gary. Nice bonus. Make sure everyone's stunned. Dart Airstrike. Very good. Very, very fast, thanks to the Gary Buster Holmes damage output. For this fight, we have 3 enemies with crossbows. They need to die. The enemies with crossbows can actually go invisible on their turn. You have to wait an entire turn to get them out of their invisibility. The nice thing is, they will go down to 1 attack from Ares' Dart Airstrike, so as long as there's only 3 enemies left alive, simple as that. Again, Psycho has way more damage than Adachi right now, so you must finish off enemies with Psycho with this new route. That's why it's a little slower, because otherwise in the past you just change to Adachi and use Paralysis Prongs instead, because it's a lot faster. And again, this fight should be easy. Hit the main guy in the middle first, and then hopefully Dart Airstrike should take care of everybody. Unless you're unlucky and get a low damage roll, but with the new Metal Ruler, you should still have enough. That crit was unnecessary, but I do appreciate it. That is the Komi Duel set piece. So we have one last thing that we need to do, or 2 last things we need to do in this chapter. First of all, turn the heck around. Up the stairs. Camera out, look left, cap a statue. It is over there. We're now going to go to the blacksmith. Again, your weapons are your damage, and we now have Adachi's upgradable weapon. So we're going to go do that right now. Should just be Adachi's weapon. Times 3. Good. Cool. And now we can finish off the chapter. You can see that my gold here is never going to be attainable again, because we do so much more in this chapter, but you can also see that I have a 2-minute buffer period at this point. Therefore, if we get lucky with Chinatown, I should be saving at least a minute in this split. As I said, I have a lot of time save in my mid to late game with these splits. My PB was not good. It was the first time we did a Lujin route and things went horrifically fucking wrong. I still think, and I might be wrong with this, we're gonna find out in the next chapter, I still think I have a fucking death to Mabuchi. Is that fight spawn? It is, that sucks. Oh, it's going the right way though. If it goes around the corner... Ooh. Good stuff. Good Chinatown fight spawn for once. Yo. Hell yeah, we take that. So with the new route, this is a gold for this split with the new route, for me. It's only green because obviously we have a minute of extra stuff because of obviously Illusion now. So I need to raise my gold in that split, but that should be a gold for the new route for me for that chapter, for sure. I want to talk to the hot one, not you, Adachi. I'm sorry, you are the hot one, but you're not the hottest one here, I'm afraid. That would be Jungi Han. So, the new route kind of sucks a little, because for some reason, Itchy no longer levels in this fight. So, if Itchy gets hit here, and on the PS5 version, Itchy loves getting fucking hit in this fight, we will need to heal. Because otherwise we're in trouble. You can get through the next fight with a guard strategy, but it is scary. Please miss. Yeah, fuck you too, I guess. So I'm gonna have to heal. Which is one of my healing items, which sucks. But at least this way, I don't die to Mabuchi this time. Cough. Fuck, so fucking die to Mabuchi. Hey! Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a hot minute since I've asked you to do this. Can't jam in the chat, please. The aptly named OST track, War Maker. Have a cat, jackass. God, this track's so good. Airstrike with Eri. Nice crit. Muscle Soda over onto Adachi. Now watch this damage. This is the reason why you upgrade Adachi's weapon and give him the Muscle Soda. We're on a bit of a DPS race against Mabuchi right now. We need to do enough damage to him to get him into his second phase, which we can easily do between Itchy and Eri. You can probably actually guard Itchy, let's be honest. Even missing a dart, it's fine. Damage. Didn't even get close to Itchy, we didn't even have to heal. Down. Either way, end of the fight. Good fight. Yuna, thank you for the Prime Gaming and the year of support. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Good fight. Very good fight. So ideally, we don't want Adachi to die for a while. Doing so will kind of mess his EXP up a little bit. It won't be like the end of the world. But ideally, he doesn't die, and then that way we can get his EXP to normal levels. No, my PB doesn't have a Mabuchi death. Damn, I lost a minute. A minute? A second. Damn. Alright, so this chapter now has different summons because of, obviously, the Illusion route. So if you're wondering about the Illusion route compared to the Nancy route, there's a very, very big difference. Nancy's cooldown between fights is 2 fights. Illusion's cooldown between fights is 4. That is a much higher discrepancy. Obviously, the money cost as well is quite high, but it's more the cooldown that we're more worried about at this point. Also, hi Nancy. So we want to use our summons at specific points so that we have Illusion ready when we need it. So we used to save Gary Buster Holmes for the second fight of this chapter, but we're now going to use it in this fight. Hit Tosca a little bit here. Now, if Tosca gets into a good position, that's not a good position. I was going to say we could take out everybody with a shield blast, but unfortunately, I can only hit those 2. But thankfully, it leaves only 1 enemy alive just for tag team, so it's not the worst thing. Now, to go fast at the start of this chapter, we're going to hope for a specific fight spawn to not spawn here. Which it didn't. Ooh, we get to go fast. By not having the fight spawn here, we just go down this road. Which sounds stupid, but this literally saves you like 10 seconds. It's stupid. Nope, second run with Illusion. My last LAD run pre-COVID was Illusion. But it was also very, very bad and full of mistakes, which should be rectified now. Cough. So we're praying that Itchy goes first in the turn order here. If he does, this fight goes way faster. Good. Illusion. This is going to kill the ads. Now, the downside to Illusion over Gary Buster Holmes. Gary Buster Holmes would usually stun Kume here. So Kume is now going to get a turn to do something. That's fine. A normal attack is fine. As long as he doesn't silence Adachi, we're actually okay. This should kill. Cough. Cough. Note to self, in the future, don't normally attack there. Understood. Just use sparkling. Ugh. I'm feeling a tiny bit better. I'm not feeling 100%. This is kind of like the first proper stream back, and it's hitting my chest quite hard, if I'm being honest. Which ain't great. But as I said earlier, the summons... Gary has now come off cooldown. There's only 2 turns, so... And thankfully, everyone's going to be stunned in this fight, which is really nice. I don't think this hits many people. That sucks. I'm gonna get rid of the guy that is not currently stunned. That way, you know, I don't have to wait for his turn. I hit this guy, because I'm not certain if a single dart will kill him. If he had less HP, I would just go to area and just dart airstrike and kill them all. It would have killed him. It would have killed him, but that's fine. So. Reiji. Oh boy. This is Reiji round 1. Now, every single time there's a Reiji fight in the speedrun, a Reiji fight can end your run. Reiji is literally a run killer every single time. So, we're gonna hope for a high damage roll or a crit between Ichi and Eri. Hello, Moth. I think Ichi did a good amount of damage, though. I think we should be fine just to use Shield Blast. By God, I hope so. Let's find out. I need to save time. Good. Not bad. Okay, so open the lungs a bit. I have some menthol lozenges that help a lot. So here's the nice thing about this phase. You'll see that at the top right, every time you hit Reiji and it goes to his turn, that's a little bit of a shame losing all those darts. It actually reapplies the stun. Reiji will not become unstunned for 2 whole turns. Now, the thing about this phase is that you can't actually defeat Reiji outside of the crane. That's crit. Please don't have a turn. I will be upset if you do. Because I don't know why that's been glitching out lately. This should reset the turn order back to my turn, but for some reason it doesn't sometimes, and recently it hasn't been. But the nice thing is, as soon as it gets to Ichi's turn, man's dead. I do not know why that's not been going back to my turn, because it should go back to my turn there. So, something's going horribly wrong. I don't know what it is. Oh. That's the end of Reiji 1. That looks like it's a safe fight. It's really not, because that 1 turn he gets can absolutely demolish you. Now, unfortunately, that's also not the only Reiji fight in this chapter, and the second one is far worse. The second one can outright kill Ichi. For those who don't know, Yakuza Like a Dragon follows the Shin Megami Tensei school of if your leader dies, game over. Ichi is the leader. So, we gotta do some dangerous stuff in this fight. We are going to start with Robson. We're going to hope that he doesn't counter us. Fuck, please do not hit. That's very bad. That is very, very bad. Ooh. So what we want to do now is we want to try and interrupt Reiji's turn order. We want Reiji to counter this attack. This is going to reset his turn order and stop him doing potentially, or stop him potentially killing Ichi. Oh, you're not stunned, Namba. Oh, that's bad. Okay, good. Okay, fight should be over, but oh dear God. Ow, that could have been bad. Big, who fucking cares on the counter there, bud? Please don't kill Ichi Namba.
強くなった気がするぜ。 Oh my god.
Fucking hell, almost died. Namba actually tried to end the run. I can't believe this. That's twice in this run he's tried to end it. Salvna, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. And the luck. If I sound like I'm ill, I still have COVID. Here's a hot tip for everybody coming in from the raid. Don't get fucking COVID. This shit sucks. This shit fucking sucks bad. Oh god, this is the fucking worst, let me tell you. I barely breathe. This fucking sucks. Yeah, don't get COVID. It's my hot tip of the day. Don't get COVID. Fuck COVID. But hopefully everybody is doing well. Gary Buster Holmes. We can have the damage bonus. Interesting. But yeah, this is an okay run so far. I wonder if I could get a good shield blast here. I might not be able to. No, that guy is walking on the other side of Adachi, so it's not gonna happen. I should just use Brass's Prongs. Now I got 3 enemies alive. That sucks, and now 2 of them are unstunned. Awful. We're just gonna wait until Ares' turn because that airstrike's gonna take care of all of them. That was a bad fight. That was a terrible fight. Alright, so. Excuse you? Man should be dead. Either way, the Hot One joins our party. So this is again where the illusion route is going to change things up. Because if you remember earlier, we actually got the job EXP item for Jungi Han. So here's what we're going to do. We are obviously going to be putting on Head Trauma as a shortcut and Rapid Shot. We're going to be going to gear, we're going to be optimizing, and then we're going to be putting on the Bullet of Memory and a Superpowering. And then we're going to go to not the smartphone, we're going to go to party, take out Sayako for Jungi Han, and then we're going to carry on. So you might think we're doing a little bit less damage without the Superpowering. You would be right, but with Jungi Han, it doesn't matter that much. Jungi Han still shits out damage. And even better than that, with the 50% extra job EXP that he now has, this should enable him to get a lot faster of... Ooh, the bonus again. A lot faster of a upgrade for his essence. So ideally what will happen out of all of this is that Jungi Han will get his essence look here. He'll get his essence way earlier than he would in the old round. He'll get it literally 2 chapters early. This is important and very useful, because not only is it good against certain bosses, cough Saijima cough, but it's also good against multiple other enemies. As you can see. Well, this isn't it, but you'll see. Dark Airstrike to take care of the 2 ants. And hopefully we can paralyze Zeng. If not, it's fine, because Ichi didn't get hit in the first phase, so he should be safe. Stop. Zeng is weak to gun. Jungi Han has 2 guns. Gun! Exclamation mark. That's how we do it. Guess what's also gun? This might miss one of the darts because he's in a corner. I should have waited. Or you know. Murder. That also works, I guess. And this is the reason why we wanted to save our smoke bombs early. Every single fight in this bit is escapable from, but the problem is we don't have any room to escape from these fights. So this is why we save our smoke bombs. And by saving our smoke bombs, we can run through. If you've missed the Kappa statue here earlier, this is your last chance to get it, by the way. Ooh, god damn. Yeah, this really fucking hits your lungs. It sucks. You're resistant to gun, but I'm not. No, your name is longer than 6 characters and doesn't end in the letter A. Trust me on this one. Alright, so This is this is the restaurant row set piece, so I need to make sure I do the right fight here. First of all, against Kang, we're going to go and punch him in the head. At which point, Itchy gets a lovely turn, which of course is going to call on our boy, the Robson. Itchy's really wanting to get used today. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Anyway, heading up here, we're going to grab this safe. It is going to contain a tactical helmet. Big damage for whoever puts it on their head. Cough. Eri. Cough. Put that on her head in a second. So, because we use Robson in the lobby, this fight now takes a little bit longer, but it's still quicker than the lobby fight if we were to do it the old-fashioned way. Don't like Eri being ahead of Itchy here. Really don't like Eri being ahead of Itchy here. That fucked it up. That did not go through. That's weird. Ah, balanced breathing. That's what I've been doing this entire week. We should kill this guy. I should have used brass once. Now Jungi Han's just gonna have to punch this lad. I'm gonna have to get my MP back for Eri, so we can use the food that's over here. Start skip through this so we can get through the door quicker. Oops. Eri gets the helmet. And now we get to a fight that is a two-phase fight, and it's dictated by what happens in phase 1. Ideally, we're going to have it so that Eri and Jungi-han don't get hit in this first phase. Itchy's fine. Itchy and Adachi are the two people that we want to get hit in this first phase. That sounds a little stupid. Don't worry about it. But we really want Adachi to get hit out of this, so if he could go for Adachi next, that would be great. Beautiful. Please do not paralyze Adachi. That would be bad. Good. Very good. Perfect setup. Phase 2. Oh boy. Yep, this is the tiger fight. Now, the tiger fight has a gimmick behind it. The tiger will always attack the last person who attacks it. Also, the tiger is very, very weak to gun attacks, which... yeah. So, you know. Gone. Now, it's going to be going after Eri, but here's the nice thing. Adachi has a skill called Transfer Shield, which greatly increases the defense of the person he applies it to, whilst reducing Adachi's own defense down by 30%. Now, with regards to the tiger can do two different debuffs. Bleed and Fear. Bleed? Oh well, who cares? Fear is bad. If the tiger fears Eri, get that off her immediately. She is your damage dealer. Look at that damage. Coughing hit with Jungi Han again here. This is good. If Jungi Han gets speared, oh well, who gives a fuck? Good fight. Good fight. Amazon Fast is on PS5. Nope. They're running at the speed they should run at. No PC setting shenanigans here. Literally more of a competitive, viable playing field on console. No settings bullshit. Grab some booties, some magical sandals, and some tactical boots. Chair, please. Nose, please. Grab the healing. Remember what I said earlier. Single target healing is very rare to come across. Open safe, equip stuff to Eri, and go through door. That actually should be in slot 3. And chat, once again, you find yourselves mysteriously typing the words cat jam. Funny how that works. Raging. Eri first? Seriously? Eri, I love you, but fuck off. I really need you to fuck off from going first. I need you to not go first. You going first is a bad thing. Okay, so we're on a DPS race to get Mabuchi down to a low HP threshold before his turn after his next Resolute counter. So he's going to come out of his counter next turn, and we need him at a certain HP threshold by his turn after this one to make sure the fight carries on. Always worry about this furniture here, but we are doing pretty good. One of these ads may survive Dark Airstrike. Nope, we're good. That should be enough damage as well, which is good. So Mabuchi will attack once during this fight. It's probably going to be against Joongi Han. If so, it's fine. Ideally, Joongi Han does not die in these fights. We need him to survive as long as possible. Up until chapter 12. Patience, please. We have to run over there, so. SU, thank you very much for the 12 months, the year of support. Thank you so very, very much. Yeah, we're good. Has to run all the way. Come on, dude. And the reason why you want Adachi in the third slot of your party is this. This is Namba's final swan song. He rejoins in the third slot of the party. Now, we have to hope that Namba gets a very high agility roll, because, oh fuck, it's Reiji free. Every time there's a Reiji fight, that spells trouble. So, we're going to start by punching Reiji right in the face. Now we're going to do something a little different. We're going to jackpot chip, but we're going to jackpot chip this guy. We need him dead, because he's the one that goes invisible. We're now going to use wherever the fuck. Oh, you actually have it. Oh, Namba. You're beautiful. You're actually beautiful. Holy shit. This is why you want Namba to go early. Please don't daze anyone. You're an asshole. You're a jackass. You're a piece of shit. Didn't get it. Fuck you. Absolute menace. What a dick. I was trying to say menace, but I went menace. Oh, Gondara. Yep. And we swap out old Namba for Adachi. I probably should have just done the drink first there, so I could have got Joongi Han back for full bonus for the defense. Oh. Note to self, use Kiwami drink on Joongi Han. Stop being stupid, moron. Whoa, you did it. I'm proud of you. You actually remembered for the first time in your life in this fight. I'm very proud of you, my dude. Bye, chair. Don't need that chair. Too many chairs in here. Yeah. Yeah. I probably could have just switched to Ares to start our strike, to be honest. So, it's very important that we actually put the Kiwami drink on Joongi Han, because this is going to get him more EXP from this fight. So, because of that, we get him up to job level 17. We are on pace to be able to get his essence 2 chapters early. This is very good. But the important thing from that fight is that you get 2 specific skills. One on Ichi, one on Eri. Ichi uses a skill called Secret Cocktail. Secret Cocktail is a self-heal for the host class. Obviously, it's a self-heal. It should be pretty self-explanatory. The downside to Secret Cocktail is that it does make you drunk, which is always a problem. The nice thing is, the fights that we actually use Secret Cocktail in, Ichi gets the drunk punched right out of him. The other move that we got is a move for Eri that goes by the name of Trickster's Top Hat. Oh boy. We will talk about Trickster's Top Hat if we get to the finale. Because fuck Trickster's Top Hat. Pure and simple. Fuck Trickster's Top Hat. Before you leave the room, can out, turn left, final Kappa statue. There you go, that's all your Kappa statues. So, we can now get the money that we need to get to Soapboard. Okay. bump may make an enemy spawn appear in front of me, so gotta be careful. Bobo Chief, help me out here. Thank you. What's my time looking like? I might lose time here unless I get a good Chinatown, which sucks. Oops. I'll definitely lose time if I do bad menuing like that, that's for sure. Nothing I can do about that. I mean, there is. I can do bad menuing. I see a fight spawn down there. I'm hoping it goes a good way. No, it's going the way I need it to go, so... It's gotta go... Bad late fight spawn. We're gonna run into this one, and we're gonna use the smoke bomb. This is why we have spare smoke bombs. I don't want to keep standing there trying to get rid of these fight spawns when there's no guarantee it'll happen. Yeah, time loss lot. Not good. Not good. Definitely not good. Okay. Definitely not good. Alright, so. Chapter 11 is on the short side of your chapters. This is going to be the introduction to your final party member. This is our boy Zhao. You'll never see him again. He's only here to deliver Adachi his shoes. That's it. Zhao's shoes are very good, actually. They're some of the best shoes that you can get in the game right now. But here's the thing. We're going to give them to Adachi. It's a bit weird, because Adachi's latent agility is so terrible that even with Zhao's shoes, Adachi won't be able to keep up with our party members. But that's not the reason. And the reason why you give Adachi Zhao's shoes is so that Adachi can keep up with the enemy's turmoil. Very, very important. I'm still wondering if it's faster to walk back over the bridge here or taxi. I'm going to do this SOS quest on the way in. If you're playing this game casually and you're stuck in chapter 12, we have two dirty little secrets in the speedrun. This is the beginning of the first of them. That sucks. We want to do a specific SOS quest. It's in a long chain of SOS quests, and that's the start of it. The fight that we want to do is the third one. You'll see which fight that is in the next chapter, but you need to start off with that SOS quest right there. It's very important. Very, very important. So, we're trying to get into an underground, car park. So, we're going to be doing things this way to get there. We're going to late fight spawn. Good. I have to keep an eye on my mini-map here, because there's a fight spawn that can spawn right here, and it spawns in very late. Like, very, very late. So. Adachi's not faster than the enemy. Adachi can keep up with the enemy. That's the important distinction. Robson. I think this should still kill. Very important distinction. So, you know if you played this game casually, you can end the chapter at this point, which we're going to go and do, but not quite yet. We're going to go and do one final thing before we do it. We're going to go and get one final poundmate from an optional sub-story, and in my opinion, it's one of the strongest poundmates in the entire game, by far, even though it doesn't do any damage. If you've seen this run before, you know exactly where we're going. This is, of course, Mr. Masochist. We find a dominatrix here who can't give anybody any pleasure or pain. Again, I don't know how the fuck this works. We're going to go and find a man who goes by the name of Mr. Masochist who can't feel any pain. You can probably tell where this is going. But where this is going is this man's about to go ram his head into a tree, and we're going to go and try and, you know, deal damage to him. So let's go and do that. Hey, boy, I hope you're doing well. So, if you remember Transfer Shield from the previous chapter in how it gave Eri an insane amount of defense... I should have despawned this enemy set. That was a mistake. Lucky. Make sure to call him by the right name. As soon as you see the intellect, do that. Text skip through this, because otherwise you get a long load screen. Now, Mr. Masochist's fight is one of the most unique fights in the entire game, because, as the title says, you can't damage it. So we have to trick the game into thinking that we have. All you need to do is attack him twice, and then we guard a bunch. Now, you'll see with this coming up that both Eri and Jungi Han's agility is going to cause them to go an entire turn ahead of Adachi's. But this is the reason why we have Zhao's shoes, is because if you don't have Zhao's shoes on Adachi, it would instead be 2 turns. Once we get through 3 turns to Mr. Masochist, the game will go, oh, you tried to hit Mr. Masochist, so instead, he'll end the fight. Now, physical pain doesn't work against Mr. Masochist, so let's try some mental pain. Let's go get his mother. So we're going to head over to the Popo where she's working, and this is where we're going to get into a little bit of danger. Because, as you know, if you play this game casually, you need 3 million yen to get to Sotenbori. Right now, we have 3 million yen, but on us we only have 400,000. Wanted to talk to you afterwards, that was my fault for bumping into the side. By reporting the Kappa statues, we get 2 million yen. Now, if you get a game over, you will lose your money. The chances of that happening are exceptionally rare. Will it happen? One day it will, but thankfully it probably won't be today. So, we get teleported back here. His mother only did mental damage rather than physical damage. Not what he wanted. We're a lot higher of a level for this sub-story than we should be. So, with that, Mr. Masochist jumps in the way, saves the day. He starts feeling pain, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. They have a lovely relationship. But more importantly, we get ourselves the aptly named Mr. Masochist. And that's the reason why Mr. Masochist is a defensive poundmate. He literally lowers the damage that the enemy do. And that is one of our dirty secrets to being able to survive the endgame of this run. Because for those of you who know and have played this game before, Chapter 12 is where things take a turn for the oh god. Chapter 12 is where we are going to be about 20 levels behind, or at least we would be if we got here with the lowest possible EXP value we could do. This is one of the best fight themes in the entire video game. Work it, fix it, rock it. Stop going first, Eri! I love you to bits, but by god, I need you to not. So, we do have to be a little careful in this fight, because we do need to keep an eye on our MP values. As you can see at the bottom, Eri and Adachi are going to be using a lot of MP. This is pretty much one of the first fights for a very long time where we have to keep a very close eye on the skills we're doing and obviously how much MP we have left. It's going to become a problem for Adachi, so we're going to be using one of our lunch boxes to get the MP back at the right time to just keep the flow of this fight going. The second fight that we're going to get into here is a 2-phase fight. And the second part of this 2-phase fight is going to introduce a rule that is very important for the next chapter as well. I want to start off against Omura here, wherever the heck. The targeting system of this video game is a little bit shit. I love this game with all my heart. The targeting system in this video game is a little bit shit. Summon the Robson. Always summon the Robson. Good cap. Good charm. Hopefully, again, head trauma is one of those moves where the enemy needs to be standing up to hit fast. So ideally you want him to stand up as fast as possible, which sometimes doesn't happen. Also with this, triple dart airstrike onto this enemy. This is important, as you'll see in the next chapter. Ichi is going to be using the MP lunchbox here. And we're going to be going to the next phase of the fight with Adachi. So, this is Matoba. This is the cheeky bastard. So, with the Matoba fight, ground rules now apply. If your boss begins with the letter M, has 6 letters to his name, and that name begins with M and ends in A, he resists God. That sucks. That really sucks, because that was supposed to kill that guy as well. Not him targeting system, you absolute piece of shit. God fucking damn it. Hate that. So Matoba resists gun attacks. So instead, jackpot shit instead. Now, this is the one fight that can kill you if Matoba goes after Itchy. Obviously, we don't want to let that happen. Sometimes you don't actually want to do that there, because now I have to wait for Jungi-han. Not the best plan. But for Eri, you just want to make sure that you don't use Dart Airstrike and instead use Jackpot Chip. Again, Jackpot Chip isn't a guaranteed crit, but if she does crit, by God, that's some good damage right there. Sorry, folks. Fucking COVID. Okay. So we're not going to die from this fight now, which is good. We're all good. So. But actually missing one Paralysis Bronze might be a slight problem. We'll see. No. No problem. No problem at all. Oh wait, that's where we get Secret Cocktail on Itchy now. Okay. Weird. Fair. Gold. Really? Really? I disagree. Complaining? No. Disagree? Yes. We need Eri to start getting a lot of EXP, so we're going to put on her EXP items right now. We're going to go and finish off a couple of things that we started back in Chapter 5, now we're in Chapter 12. As I said, we need 3 million yen to get to Sotenbori. We have that, it's just in assets right now. We need to go sell those assets. So, we're going to head to the part-time, the second-hand shop sub-story. But first, second of our SOS quests. Again, if you want our speedrun secret for this chapter, this is the second part of it. This guy does not go down to a single dart airstrike, so you need to give him a bit of persuasion. Fuck, I hate COVID so much. Need to do anything? Nope. Nope. Everything is correct. And as said earlier, we will be finishing off the second-hand shop sub-story. So, cooperate, start, skip, wife return her grave. Do not start skip this. It is a longer load than if you tech skip through it. Now, unfortunately for poor Gomi here, whose name literally does mean trash, because he's a trash hoarder, he's a little weak. Jungi-han just committing murder off screen, don't worry about it. So, with this, we now unlock the second-hand shop, at which point we're obviously going to sell those items we got from the previous few bosses, which is going to give us, as you can see, 1.5 million more yen. So, if you want the dirty speedrun secret to this chapter, this is it. This is the third SOS quest that I talked to you about. If you've played this game to completion casually, you'll recognize the enemy at the start of this fight. This is an infested vagabond. If you've ever played a Dragon Quest game, you remember the metal slimes? This is our metal slime. So, what we do is we put a Kirai drink onto Adachi, if I can actually get the right person. Now we need multi-hitting attacks onto the Vagabond, so start with Rapid Shot. Onto Itchy's Ice Spreader. I'm the very wrong way through my menu there. And this should kill him. Now if this does kill him, take a look at the right-hand side of the screen when this fight is over. We're in a bad position to hit enemies here. I should have just waited. Shame. Should have just waited for Eri's turn. So, when this fight is over, look at the right-hand side of the screen and see how much EXP everyone gets. Everybody gets a base 500,000 EXP. 500,000. You go from levels 32, 33 all the way up to 38, 39. That's how much EXP you get. 5 entire levels worth. You can do this chapter at the lowest possible level that you can be. I have done it. I have video proof. It is easily doable. Does that make it fast for the speedrun? fuck no. So, we have 4 million yen. We're about to go spend 3 million yen of it to get to Sotenbori, but then we got a bit of a quandary. Because we need another 3 million yen. Or at least 2 million yen, I should say. We need another 2 million yen. So, it leaves us with the problem of where the hell do we get 2 million yen? And that is quite simple, as you will see. We are now going to Sotenbori, the third of our maps in Yakuza Like a Dragon. We don't spend too long in Sotenbori, only the single chapter. Anytime you encounter an enemy like that. In the actual run, yes, but there are places you can spawn them. The underground dungeons are where you can spawn them. But in the speedrun, it would take a lot longer to start spawning them in the underground dungeon. It would take you like 5 minutes just to get there. Whereas doing the SOS quests to get to the third one only takes you about a minute. We're going to be grabbing some of the items around Sotenbori. We're finally going to get use of those gold safe keys we bought all the way back in Chapter 5. So, a couple of these items are going to be very self-explanatory. The Mirage Coat is obviously a piece of equipment for your chest. We're going to be grabbing some very lovely looking shoes here, the Reverie shoes. They're very fast, very nice. Very, very nice. We're now going to be grabbing a couple of accessories that are going to require a little bit of explanation because they are very important. And by God, I hope I don't get the same kind of luck that I did in not the last run, the run before that. This is the Gallant Binding. It is an accessory. Whoever equips this accessory gets 100 extra HP. For those who haven't seen the run, it should be pretty obvious, but I will spell it out for you. Blade Kill. We only just have the HP to survive Blade Kill right now, so we kind of need something a little extra. Now, the Minister's Hat is a headgear that requires a tiny bit of explanation. The Minister's Hat gives you 10% extra elemental damage on every single one of your attacks, but weirdly enough, 10% extra attack on your palmates. So I'm fairly certain you know exactly what we're going to be using that for. So, here's the second part of the dirty little secret to this chapter. Rocket launchers. Itchy. Put on tag... Not tag team SMA. You already had that on, you bloody moron. You don't have it yet. What? You fucking did it again, you absolute bloody idiot. I can't believe you forgot again. Ah, you absolute fucking moronic idiot. How do you keep forgetting this shit? How do you keep forgetting this shit? It's not hard. It really is not hard. How do you keep forgetting to put on the goddamn EXP item? You absolute bloody moron. Anyway, we're going to put on some shoes onto Eri that are worse than her current shoes. If you were paying close attention there, you'll see that her entire agility just got tanked to nothing. This is important. Because the problem with Eri, as I said earlier, Eri is the best character in this game. And she's too good. We actually need to nerf Eri, and that sounds really stupid in a speedrun. But specifically, we need to nerf Eri's agility. And we do need to nerf Eri's agility. We need to nerf Eri's agility right now. So if you're wondering why I said the rocket launcher is our second, or our last of our dirty little secrets, allow me to demonstrate. Rocket launchers! I don't have the actual thing anymore, do I? Fuck, this is bad, yeah. How do I do this fight without Rose Typhoon? Jesus, I fucked up real bad. I fucked up really bad. So, rocket launchers do up to 2k damage to any enemy that it hits. This is going way slower because I don't have the move that I need, which is bad. Man would be dead. Man is not dead. Terrible. We also have a couple of different floor optimizations that we do in this place now, so I have to be a bit careful. It's floor 3 that I'm after, isn't it? Yes. I got my notes up for the illusion route here and some of the differences that we do in this place. Both of our nasty enemies have moved away from one another. I don't have it yet, do I? Jesus Christ, this is bad. I do not know how to rectify this right now. Because if I don't get Rose Typhoon in time, I'm going to be in big trouble. I should be like one level off it, I think. This man's giant sausage. This is very slow. I can't believe I forgot again to equip Itchy's EXP item. And it's not like that's a new addition either. It's not a new addition. I'm just gonna blame that one on COVID, even though it's not COVID's fault. So, hey, floor 3. This is where we do things a little bit differently. This is going to be our first instance of DRD, but the DRD is slightly different to the DRD we're going to be using. It's going to start with Divine, but it's then going to go into Robson. Illusion with a bonus. That should be enough damage to kill this guy with 3 darts. Sure. Thanks a lot, Cosmic. Appreciate it. Going to need it. COVID is fucking me still. How did the routing go for Strange the Paradise in the end? I did press down on my D-pad. I must press it just a little bit too early. Shit. Like if I can get into a good headspace enough, like I can save so much time in this run and hopefully get sub 4 pre-GDQ submissions. This is the proper DRD. I don't actually have it, do I? Please tell me I have it. Thank fuck I do. R stands for Rose. And Dire Strike. I need to put that on the shortcut right now. So this is the reason why we have nerfed Eri's agility. Is because we actually want Eri to go 3rd in the turn order. Reason being is that by Eri going 3rd in the turn order, there's less enemies for Dart Airstrike to hit. It seems simple, but with less enemies to hit, the more potency Dart Airstrike actually gets. After floor 6, we get the very early essence of Phantom Drive. Anyway, pick up your car, fair enough. Oh, good right in mind, nice. Are you sticking with Berserk or are you changing to Ronin? Oh, fucking lungs, swear to God. I should just shield bash this guy. Okay, so with floor 5, we're going to start picking up items on specific floors. We're going to start with this one right here. New Chinese Saber. A weapon for our boy Zhao. You might remember me saying earlier that we don't get a weapon for our boy Zhao when we do. That sells for 1,000,000 yen. Anything up through Black Knight, Supreme Order, let's play through, fair. In for lovely haste. Ooh. That's actually smart. That's actually very smart. That helps out. That would help out a lot with that class's shortcomings. Is that faster than Polaris' pulls? Either way, because of everything that we've done so far, Jungi Han now gains very early access to Essence of Phantom Drive. This is very, very good. I need these freshman overalls. So now, I can go faster with the rest of these floors. So, this is where things change up because of Essence Phantom Drive. So now I have to start paying attention to the notes. So, King Joe gets hit with Phantom Drive because he's weak to it. Takes good damage to it. We summon Robson. And Dart Airstrike should now be enough to take care of King Joe. Beforehand, we have to wait a turn and wait for Adachi's turn, but now we have enough damage just to take him out, which is really quick. And this is also going to make the rest of the floors in here go a lot faster as well. The downside as well to Itchy not having his EXP items is that he's going to be weaker for the next upcoming fights, which is not good. Because this is where the run gets very, very nasty. the shards. Yeah, yeah, because you've got the Griffin method that you can do with Berserker if you wanted to, which is actually quite quick, surprisingly. When do I get stuff again? 10? Ah, shit. I don't remember. So where do I get the rest of it? Yeah, just 10. Yeah, just 10. And then back to DRD. Actually, no, we're not. Pattern drive, let's go. Heck yeah. And that way it makes sure the wheelman dies so he doesn't have a chance to go faster than Eri, because he always, or sometimes goes faster than Eri. Not always, but sometimes. Okay. So coming up is going to be the last floor. We only do 10 floors now, we don't do floor 11. If you do floor 11, you get a little bit more EXP, and more importantly, you get an accessory that goes by the name of... Oh yeah, we don't attack with Jimmy Hand anymore, do we? That goes by the name of the Hiriti's Amulet. The Hiriti's Amulet is very special, and that it will despawn every single enemy in the game. It's kind of important, but we do not need it. And for the vast majority of the rest of the run, we don't actually go through places that have enemies. The ladle sells for 1,000,000 yen, that's what we need it for. The Dragon Knuckles here are Junki Han's strongest weapon that we can get in the run. But only for certain parts of it, as you'll see. Now, I need to make sure I go and get a specific item here, because there is one more item I need to grab. This one right here. To remember as well to get my smoke bombs later. I'll wait until later for that. Fucking hell. COVID hitting my lungs is a pain in the ass. I do apologise for all the low kind of commentary vibe than usual, and obviously the intakes of breath, etc. I should probably not have tried a 4-hour speedrun for my first stream back, but I need to do this run if I have any chance of getting into GDQ, so... Fuck. Got to push hard. Alright, so, importantly... Of course. We're now going to be selling some of the weapons we got. So the ladle and the saber. Not the dragon knuckles, be very careful not to sell those. We're now going to be heading back to Izizaki Jincho, so... It's time to get prepped for the end game. We need a big damage boost before we go back to Sotenbori, because obviously with what's coming up next, we're about to get hit real fucking hard in the face. Now, we have to hope for a very weird bit of RNG here. We're hoping for a specific NPC to not spawn in. He didn't. That item in the far corner can be blocked off by a specific NPC. It's a rare NPC. The only way to get rid of him is to go to Sotenbori and back again, so you lose a massive amount of time. Another Gallon Binding, that's for later, trust. Courage Pendant to stop a character getting feared, that's for later. The Blessed Armor to bless the run and give somebody hopefully more crits, cough Eri. And the Gold Ingot, which we're going to use right now to upgrade Jungi Han's weapon. There's a big blacksmith level up here that I need to make sure that I do properly, so make sure I've got my notes up for this. Level 3 for the blacksmith. 1.1 is good. Very good. Bandages times 2. Sparking times 8. 7. Shield by 2. Ouch by 2. I hate mashing with the dual sense. I hate this controller so much. Cool. And now... this is where the run gets very fucking hard. This is what we like to call the endgame of the speedrun. If you do not want story spoilers for this game, now is the time to look away. This is the hard part. This is where every single boss fight in the run can just end the run instantly. This is where shit gets hard, and I fucking love it. Stealth mission, by the way. Stealth mission, by the way. We're just gonna stab this man, don't worry about it. Stealth mission. Eri. I am actually on a time limit here. You might be shocked to believe. That man right there is my time limit. So I don't want to get into the fight with that guy. You can get into 3 fights in here. We're not going to be getting into more than 1. If we wait here specifically for this enemy to walk away, it's going to cause the enemy on the next floor to be in a much better position when we get there. Provided Eri doesn't get in our way again, of course. See him just walking away ahead of us. This is going to make it so that when we go down this way, he will be turning around and he won't see us when we go this way. And then I've got a big menu to do coming up here that I need to not fuck up. If you're a new runner, I highly, highly suggest you pick up the box beneath that plate. It is a Guardian Water. It is 30% defense for a single character. Put it on Itchy. Trust me. This is where the run can literally just die. Eri needs damage. Oops, damn it, was the wrong one. Jungi Han, you get the tactical helmet. Yep. You get, obviously, the War God's Keystone. Sayako, you're optimized. You need your sandals. Actually, it's just optimize. Itchy, you're optimized. And, of course, you get the Gallant and the superpower to try and help you with your damage here. MP good, MP not good. And here we go. Stealth, by the way. Do me a hot solid and behave today, would you? Hey, remember the previous chapter? If your name is 6 letters long, begins with M, and ends in A, you're resistant to gun attacks. Our boy Majima, no defense bonus, that's fine, is very, very resistant to gun attacks. Fantastic. No crit, that sucks. So, we want to do enough damage to Majima that we're going to push him into Doppelganger phase on his next turn. Patience. And go. Bit like that, that's fine. Doppelganger. Which is good because it's Itchy's turn next, which means that Itchy is going to be the one to hopefully take out all the Doppelgangers. 1 or 2 might survive, which is a problem. If it happens, then it happens, we deal with it. No damage bonus on Robson means it's probably going to have, yep, 1 survive. So again, unfortunately, Majima is resistant to gun attacks, the Doppelgangers aren't, and we need to get rid of the Doppelgangers. Please do not paralyze the boy. Good shit. And now we just hope to do enough damage to push this into the next phase of the fight. With the lack of crits that I've had, I think this is a problem. Majima's next turn, he will 100% buff. We are hoping to have Itchy and Eri go before this motherfucker so that he doesn't get a free attacking turn. Fuck you, Saijima. Here's the important thing. Please stay together. Oh, please stay together. This would be fantastic. He moved away. Rocket launcher. Rocket launcher. Nice, we got both. Now here's the thing. Saijima isn't resistant to Dart Airstrike. However, he's at his HP threshold. We are going to need to heal. If Itchy gets hit before Saijima's next turn, fight's over, runs over. Actually, we might be able to cheekily paralysis Majima here. No. Shame. I'll do the MP one because I do need MP. This should be fine. Please don't hit Itchy. Good. We survived Blade Kill. Nice. So Blade Kill will always be the first turn after Saijima buffs up. Just don't hit Itchy. Just don't hit Itchy. He's looking at Jungi Han. I'm hoping he goes to Jungi Han. Good shit. Oh, Saijima's going next. That's a problem. That hit Itchy! Yike! Because Itchy is paralyzed, I can't risk his turn in case he is paralyzed for his turn. I should be using Shield Blast against Majima because his evasion means that sometimes you won't hit this. Yep, that's why. Yep, that's why. Game tried to end the run. Fuck you. Itchy should survive whatever Majima throws at him at this point. We're good. Good fight. Not the best fight, but good fight. Good fight. Better than PB. Shame the battle arena was terrible, because the battle arena is going to be the thing that costs me all my time in this chapter. Good fight. That is one of the hardest fights in the run. It's not the hardest. Both of the hardest fights come in the same fucking chapter. But that's one of those fights. It's the earliest. It's not the earliest fight where things can just end the run, but it's basically the start point of where every single boss fight in the speedrun can just fuck you up. There's no other way to describe it. Like, literally every boss fight at this point can just end the run if it wants to. In an instant. We're obviously coming here for rocket launchers. Always. Always rocket launchers, always. Okay. But that's the first of the big nasty fights in the endgame out of the way. So we should be making it all the way to chapter 14. Should. And then we'll see what chapter 14 has to bring, won't we? This fight is a little weird. This fight sucks. So we have to use Divine to make sure all the ads die to this, which is weird. But then we're going to be using brand new Palme Saijima. Which is nice because it gives him 20% defense down. Which is very good. Hopefully he gets paralyzed from this so he doesn't do anything on his turn. He could still do something, so just wait. Yep. I don't know if he's actually weak to this or not, so I'm going to try it. He is! Hell yeah. That's my shit. Dragon Engine shenanigans, I swear to God. Dragon Engine ate one of my darts. This is the much easier of the two fights, weirdly enough. This is literally just DRD. This is literally just DRD, it's just a total. Like, it's weird how this is the easier of the two fights. We'll see how much time I lose due to that bad battle arena. I have at least a minute of time save in the battle arena. Like, I have literally a minute of time save in the battle arena. Like, that's how bad that battle arena was. So, I still have plenty of time save in this chapter, but that is a very good final set piece for this chapter. Other than the missed dart, of course, but yeah, there's my time loss, look. So I could have saved time if, you know, I'd have remembered to actually have the right fucking EXP equipment at the time. Oh, you know what? I actually just went slower there as well. I actually just went way slower there as well. Because I have the wrong weapon on Jungi Han. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I fucked up. Right now, Jungi Han should have the Dragon Knuckles on. So, oops. Oh, he does. What the fuck? He needs the lightning bandages for Sawashiro. So he does have the wrong weapon on. Oh bother. Oh bother. But here's our run through of Chinatown again. This is where we have smoke bombs. If there are bad fight spawns, we can get rid of them with smoke bombs. This is like one of the last times we have to run through Chinatown, so getting no fight spawns here, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I forgot how draining streaming is. It really is. Holy shit. Jungi Han. Thanks. Oh yeah, world record for this is a free 58. World record for this is very, very good. I'm already like 5 minutes behind world record at this point, so. Again, just lack of concentration because of fucking COVID is not helping. Also, something that I've noticed, Twitch is not telling me or alerting me about hosts again. So if you have hosted, I do appreciate it. I'm not ignoring hosts on purpose, it's just blame Twitch. Blame Twitch, I can't see them. So thanks Twitch, appreciate that. Okay, so we get our 3 million yen back. If you're playing this game casually, hot tip, don't get excited, don't go spending it. I've seen 1 or 2 people spend the money immediately at this point and then not be able to continue the story because they don't have the 3 million yen for the story. You literally just have to go re-spend it over here. I don't know why the game couldn't just, you know, not give it back to you. I know why it did, but like, you really didn't have to do that. I just have to remember to use the right skill against Sawashiro and Reiji. Hell yeah. I know, like, I know about the hosting issue, but I used to get told about hosts recently. Like, within 2 to 3 weeks recently. And it's only been since I've come back that I'm no longer seeing hosts again. Like, trust me, I know. Full-time streamer, trust me. Well, full-time when not with COVID. Which, it's been a fun time with COVID. No, it fucking hasn't. I'd quite like to be without COVID now. I'm probably gonna test myself again tomorrow. I've got another PCR test. I'll probably test myself tomorrow and see whether I'm still positive or not. I think I'm going to test positive still, because I mean you can hear me. So, hopefully not. DRD. DRD with hopefully most enemies dead. Hopefully there's only 1 enemy alive after this, because otherwise this gets a little awkward. A little awkward. Oh, please hit both with Shield Blast, that'd be great. No more awkward. With this, we now get the essence of Shield Rupture for Adachi. This is important. This is his essence. This is an AoE attack on Adachi, and it's bloody good. It's very bloody good, actually. It's very, very bloody good. So, okay. I can't remember. I can't remember if my PB had a good Sawashiro or not. I want to say that it did. Which is not ideal. So, this fight requires a tiny little bit of luck to go fast. We're going to use Gary here, hopefully I won't stunned. We need Tsutsumi to get hit with a dart here. That way, everybody will die. Somebody just dodged a fucking dart. I'm upset. That is not allowed. See? He has a little bit of HP left. That's why he needs to get hit with a dart. I am upset. I'm very upset. Anyway. Boss time. Not... In terms of the late game bosses, because all the late game bosses in LAD Speedrun can all fuck the run up. In terms of difficulty, Sawashiro isn't the hardest. But Sawashiro's is the one fight you don't want to take lightly, because Sawashiro's fight can actually go horrifically wrong in multiple levels. So, this fight is a 3-phase fight. Phase 1 isn't too bad, but we're going to hope for a tiny bit of dumb luck. So, we're going to start with Phantom Drive. Now, Essence of Phantom Drive isn't as much damage as Thingy. Oh, good. This is what you want to see. Blade of Enmity is hilarious because he stands there and does that and doesn't hit anybody because he's a dumb piece of shit. And we're going to keep hitting him with our best single target stuff. Brass's Prongs, Essence Shield, Essence Battle Drive. Hopefully he does Barbladed MT again. Because he's too far away and won't hit anyone. This is a very good start. This is an insanely good start. We're going to get to phase 2 without having had to heal yet. Now again, as you can see, our MP levels are... Well, unfortunately, I'm going to wait for him to stand up. Make sure I get all the dots. This is going to be phase 2, which in my opinion is actually the most dangerous phase in this entire fight. Sawashiro's base attack is going to become a 2-part attack. It's going to be a clonal attack. So anybody it hits around the first person will also get hit. The problem comes from the second hit of that attack. If the second hit knocks your character to the ground, aka you don't perfect guard it, he will get a free opportune attack. Sawashiro's damage output in this phase is insane, but that's not the worst part. He has access now to Cane Strike. Cane Strike is an attack that can daze one of your party members. Please don't daze the one person that does all the damage. Haha! Punk! Please hit Adachi, I would like that very much. I'm gonna have to heal with Itchy here. Obviously we're gonna be doing the one that gives us the MP back, because everyone's MP is starting to get low. Now, there's one thing that we want to be very careful of with Sawashiro and his upcoming final phase. Hopefully we don't need to heal again in this fight. If we don't have to heal again, this will be a very fast fight. We're going to push for damage here, yes. Okay, so, the problem that I have is this phase transition is going to start on his phase. He has a couple of new things here. His normal attack becomes a free hit attack that becomes very, very strong. Only single target. But the worst thing about Sawashiro final phase is his counter. You thought I was going to say HP regen. The HP regen he'll put on at a certain threshold, not yet. It's 1000 HP regen per turn. The problem is this, the counter. This is going to give Sawashiro a free turn. Does this counter? Yes, it does. Thankfully, it doesn't hurt Jungi Han. Now, we need to do as much damage as possible because he's going to get 2 free turns here. This is going to make it so that he gets his heal off. We are now in a DPS race. Now, if he does his heal before that counter, he actually gains a free heal. Fucker. I don't think this ends the fight, which sucks. I should have used the rocket launcher. No, but good shit. That was a insanely good Sawashiro fight. That was a very, very, very good Sawashiro fight. Pretty much nothing went wrong in that fight. That was a gorgeous fight. That fight can go wrong. The placement of that counter can make that fight go horrifically because he gets, as I said, if he has his regen first, you have to use the rocket launch on him. Because if he gets his regen off before his counter, when he comes out of his counter phase, he gets a free 2k heal. Which you can't DPS rush through that. So, well, you can, but again, rocket launcher. So, that was a very good Sawashiro fight. That's going to save me some time. Yeah. That was a good Sawashiro fight. That comes off the back of having a good Sawashiro fight in my PB as well. Like... Without a shadow of a doubt, the hardest chapter in the entire speedrun, and the game. This chapter sucks. To put it bluntly, this chapter really sucks in the speedrun. The 2 hardest fights in the entire run are coming up in this chapter. So, nice thing is I don't have to menu here anymore because I already have Jungi Han's ability, which is good. Okay. His next fight is just going to be another typical fight of multiple enemies. Just do big AoE attacks, hope for the best. This is one of the fights in the run that, ironically enough, can go slower, but not because of anything you do. Everybody here starts in the middle of the road. As funny ha-ha as it is enemies getting hit by the cars, it's not ideal when it takes your turn a lot longer to actually start. Thankfully, for some reason, your essences also despawn cars. I wish I knew why. one enemy left is very good. Reason being is that you stab this man with a knife. Okay, I have a very, very big menu coming up here. And this is also why you want to have smoke bombs spare, just in case, because there's something really nasty coming up. Oh boy. Okay, so I need coercive, the gallant, obviously. Oh yeah, HP crit magic. That's the menu. HP crit magic. HP crit magic. So, Itchy, you get yourself coercive. HP. Crits. Magic. Getting my bits mixed up. Psycho. Yeah, I think we should be good. I think we should be very good right now. Good MP levels. Other than Julie Han, who could actually do with... That's one more extra. That's one more extra for his essence, which is very important. We will need to heal in this fight anyway. So. Oh, baby. Fucking hell. We are hoping beyond hope that Itchy goes fast at the start of this fight. Hopefully before good old Taichi Suzuki here. Boy, oh boy. This fight has a number of very problematic issues, but this fight also has a very big gimmick to it. Good old Kiryu here won't hit female party members. Nice, this is a good start. Okay, so, Muscle Soda over to Eri. She is our big damage dealer. Please give me Gondara bonus. Nope. It's on Gondara. I wanted Masochist, not Gondara. By getting this off early, I get to not have to worry about healing as much. I do still have to heal, but good crit. This should mean that we go into the next phase of the fight. So, Kiryu has 4 phases. Oh baby, here's phase 2. It's Rush. Rush sucks. I'm gonna risk not healing, because Phantom Drive does good damage. I remember earlier when I said that Itchy got a free heal? Yeah, baby. Remember when I said in that fight that Itchy gets the drunk punched out of him? Yeah, baby. So, Kiryu's gonna aim for either Itchy or Jungi Han. Ideally, you perfect guard these. I'm doing a very bad job of that right now. Blame Cobra. These crits are gorgeous. But we ideally want to get Kiryu out of this phase fast. The trouble is, the next phase is also pretty fucking bad. 2 turns, that's bad. Shit. I need to perfect guard these. I might be dead. Yikes. Fucking yikes. Fucking yikes. Fucking yikes. Fucking yikes. Fucking yikes. My perfect guards are shit. Hey, go to Beast Phase. Thanks. Get out of this phase ASAP. Fuck Beast Phase. Beast Phase has one attack called Beast Throw. It can hit you twice and almost full kill you. You have to... Oh, good. Thanks about after him. In this house, we don't mind sacrificing Jungi Han. Get him the fuck out of this phase immediately, please. For the love of God. Dragon no Dojima style, which actually isn't that bad. We have 1 spare Muscle Soda for the end of this fight. I could have... Actually, I don't think I could have got Coercive off. Oh no! He's going to Tiger Drop us if we attack him. Spoilers! I'm still going to fucking attack him. Now, Jungi Han does not have the MP for his thing. Yes, it does. See. I don't think this will kill. Nah, not close enough. I should just wait for Eri's turn. 2 turns in a row. Dare. Good fight. A good fight, and this is going up against a PB that had Masochist bonus against Kiryu. Good fight. Good fight. Saying the crunch is literally like 3 hours ago? Yes. Yes. good fight. I'm having some very, very good endgame fights right now, which is a problem because there's that fucker coming up. Him. The final ragey fight, the worst one of the lot, the one that will probably get me murdered. Ugh. I need to get Jungi Han's MP back, because he's got fuck all. Okay, so. Party. Psycho goes out for Adachi. I have a tower and a plus. Ooh. And I should have, yeah, a couple of mysterious fruits left. That'll do. Yeah. And then Reiji is Dragon Knuckles, right? Yes. So we should be good. Because we have a equipment change before that point. Yes. Just to double check. I didn't exactly heal Jungi Han, and I probably should just in case. So, you know, let's do that real quick. Just in case, I guess. Jesus. Okay, so. For this fight, stab this man, because he's very weak to it. He's very weak to it, which is nice. Get out the Gary, hopefully stuns the majority of enemies, which it did. Dart airstrike. Hopefully keeps the ad stunned. Ooh, good crits. Not what I wanted to do! Well, at least he's still stunned, I guess. I wanted to paralysis prong him because he's fucking nasty. These guys get Rose Typhoon. One will survive. This guy should die to Dart airstrike. Crits for days! She is on top of this. When Hedgehogs, I want to save Jungi Han's MP for inside. Probably should have just done the thing, but you know. Sir? So you're paralyzed, you should be dead. Now, unfortunately, if there's one boss fight in this entire run that I would sacrifice everything for and get the Mascus bonus for, it's the next fight coming up. The odds of that happening are exceptionally rare. Take my MP back, that's fine. Okay, so Ichi needs more HP. So, Dragon Binding over the Gallon. Jungi Han gets his Optimize into Courage over Superpower because we need somebody to not be feared. Psycho gets her EXP items, of course, because we need her to get more job EXP for the endgame. So Magic Lighter and Yakuza Training Gear. No. No, don't you fucking dare. And I need MP on the boys. So I'll do that. Beautiful. Okay. Reiji round 4. Hardest fight in the speedrun and the game by far. Reiji has the ability to one-shot pretty much any of our party members. Fuck Reiji. So, it's essentially the same fight as Reiji 3 from earlier, but he's about to get much nastier. We're going to give him Muscle Soda over to Eri. And then we're going to use Masochist. No bonus, that sucks. Gondara bonus is going to help. We're going to use Gondara bonus in the second part of the fight. So, Reiji has a couple of new tricks up his sleeve. Nice crit. Fuck you. Hate you. Jackass. Fuck you. He's my healer in this fight, you absolute fucking moron. Great. Great. Because now I'm going to have to try and heal with Ichi if I can't get Jungi Han unstunned. The nice thing is, Jungi Han has very fast agility rolls. That's fine. But you'll see that he now has a lot more damage. And counters fucking everything still. That counter, oh, that's bad. I need to think about healing with Adachi. The one time Mirrorface is doing literally jack shit. I might actually push damage here because I need to. I am playing very ballsy right now. He was waking up from that this turn anyway. So with Jungi Hand, we'll heal. I didn't want to at this point, but I'm gonna have to. Big fuck you too, Mirrorface, I suppose. When Reiji gets to halfway through his HP bar, Malicious Grin comes out. This makes it so that everybody gets feared. So you'll notice that one of my party members is not actually feared. Jungi Han. Because of the courage pendant we put on him earlier. Now, as long as I don't need to heal, we should be good. This is good. Now, this fear only lasts for one turn. This is actually decent because it should, yeah, wake her up. Now, here's the problem with this phase. Reiji has a counter. Reiji's counter is worse than his normal counter. Please don't hit Itchy. Okay, good. That's good. That's good. I'm going to heal just in case. I don't really need to. With Itchy's turn, we're going to use Gondaro. We're going to get rid of 20% of his attack and 30% of his defense. We know it's this much because we have the bonus. Jackass! You absolute goddamn jackass! Fuck you! Most passive mirror face I've had in my fucking life. Jesus. Reiji needs to die. I should have used my rocket launcher by this point. Hey, fuck you. So because of that, I'm just going to use my rocket launcher. Fuck you, Reiji. Bye-bye. Ideally, he would have been closer to Mirror Face so that, you know, man's dead, but man's not dead. You don't want to use the essence against Reiji, but because he's on one hit left, I want him dead. So I'm going to use it. I shouldn't have to heal at this point. It should be good. 3. A bit late. God, it actually should wake up. Oh, one more, okay. Hey, shoutouts to Mirrorface not critting in this fight for once in his life. I appreciate it. I think Gary realized we were losing time. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? So the problem with that is that my PB has a masochist Kiryu, so it's like, you know, I was always going to lose time to that chapter. The Reiji fight was not as good as it could be, but it was also not as bad as it could be. I would say that's probably a fairly good to pretty decent Reiji fight. Mostly because Mirror Face decided to do jack shit for once. Cool. And thankfully, we didn't see Fearsome Countershot. Fearsome Countershot is Reiji's brand new counter. It sucks. It sucks really bad. Fearsome Countershot literally... Yeah, it can literally almost one-shot Itchy. That's how bad it is. Also, I think in my PB, I managed to hit the both of them with a rocket launcher. 5 muscle soda. Now, once again, I have accidentally not bought the muscle soda. That happened last time in my PB as well. I don't know why that keeps happening. But we're hoping that Eri, those bloody crits. We need Eri to save those crits for a specific fight. Although obviously in that fight, it's not also a bad thing. If Eri could just crit all the time, it'd be fantastic. Would you believe? I'm here for rocket launchers. Shocking, I know. Now, here's the thing. We have one more gold safe key. And we're going to go and use it right now. Because the item that we get from this gold safe is of vital importance to 2 fights in this game. This is the Curse Substitute. There are a total of 2 of them in the game. There is 1 from that safe and 1 from the battle arena. Now, if you've ever got the Curse Substitute before, you might be curious as to what it does because its description is a little weird. The Curse Substitute stops one-hit kill attacks, which Amon has a one-hit kill attack. That makes sense. It's fucking Amon. Of course he does. But here's the problem. Amon is not the only boss that has a one-hit kill attack. And here's the other problem. The other boss that has the one-hit kill attack is actually in the finale. and he's part of the story. And he is coming. There is no stopping him. His name is Tendo. And he has the right hand of God. This is the worry. Tendo is... I love the Tendo fight, apart from the one-hit kill attack. Because the one-hit kill attack makes the Tendo fight a bit stupid. So... the Tendo fight, coming up, is what we like to consider the final boss. It's not the final boss, it's like the third to last boss. But in terms of actual bosses, the last two bosses are kind of just there, for story's sake. Tendo is a genuine boss, and fucking hell, he hits hard. So, the Tendo fight is the biggest, purest RNG fight in this entire run. And it just so happens to be the last, so we'll see. I need to stab this man. Because he survives. But he doesn't survive this! Once again, this is a Yakuza game, which means the finale is indeed in the Millennium Tower. I'm as surprised as you are. I'm looking forward to Kaito's DLC also ending in the Millennium Tower somehow. If you need a first aid kit, there's one in that box right there. I haven't used any, which has been very lucky. We have had a death this run. We actually had two with Amber earlier. But we've been very lucky with this run so far. So we don't have to grab that first aid kit. This is your usual DRD with a little bit of persuasion on the end. This is the persuasion. That's close enough that I could use that. You should probably just use shield rupture there, to be honest. Because it's faster. I think shield rupture does kill. I need to double check there. Now with the new route, because level ups are a little weird, we are going to run out of MP at some point in here. So we're going to have to take an extra heal that we normally wouldn't. No one got charmed. That sucks. That really sucks. And Eri had a very low agility roll, which... that's unlike her. Even with bad shoes, that's unlike her. Now, the next fight coming up in the next room is a very weird fight. Very, very weird fight. Because even if you're level 99 and on the easiest difficulty, the enemies that are going to start this fight will always go ahead of you. Their agility is damn near maxed out. And they'll both go after Eri. I want to hit all the normal enemies. The big two, they matter, but they don't matter too much. But you want to make sure you hit all the normal enemies so that Robson will take care of everybody. Let's see how the damage goes with that airstrike here. You're the one I'm going for then. I could do with your not killing. My perfect guarding is not good right now. Son of a bitch! Loses me a little time because now I have to heal Eri. Her level shouldn't matter too much, to be honest. It's just annoying. It's just very annoying. Make that 3 deaths. I've clearly taunted the video game. Now, here's the interesting thing about this set piece. There's actually 3 skippable fights in here. Some of them are easy, some of them are not easy. So, Biadi. That desk anyway. I wonder if it'd be quicker to wait for Adachi's turn to use his essence. Wonder if that'd do enough damage. Anyway, when you go into this room, go to the right-hand side, hug this wall, hug it as much as you can. Do not bounce off the wall, though. Run through this door. Congratulations, you've just skipped a fight. And it's a fight that takes a good 30-45 seconds. So, good job. Very good job. airstrike. That's a good turn order from Adachi as well. We don't want him too fast here. This guy's just gonna do whatever he wants to do. Don't worry about him. Oh no. Shield Rupture gets him on the ground, at which point Jungi hand punches. 666. The mark of the devil. So, as said, we do need to take a heal in here because our MP is going to start running out. There's fine. Fully a free heal right here. We do need to start skip this so that we can go up the stairs and not hit the trigger, which does get overwritten by the heal. It's a little weird.
Hope you are doing better. Ruben praying for Tendo to be nice.
Kinda. This has definitely exhausted me, not gonna lie. This has definitely very much exhausted me. My lungs are gonna need a break after this. Let's fight Stabman. Then Roseman. Then Danceman. Thumbs up. But hey Trace, thank you very much for 5 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well tonight. This next fight is also very easy. Hilariously easy, as you'll see. This next fight skip is going to look very simple, but it's actually quite hard. You need a decent angle for this. And also, if you fail it, the fight that we just skipped takes up to 1.5 minutes. You need to make sure you get that fight skipped perfectly. That looks very easy. It's actually very easy to fuck that up. It's definitely the easiest of the 3 to do in the finale, but if you slightly bounce off the wall, you displace your hitbox into the actual entry space of where the fight is, and you will get into an instant fight. So you have to be very, very careful with your movement. Ow. I probably didn't have to wait for her to get up. I did. Why didn't I use Shield Rupture? We've ended the fight. Slow. This next fight skip requires you to go fast. So ignore all of the safe down there. You want to go upstairs. We're going to be running through this doorway up to the wall that's on the side here. Now, patience. Wait till they go around the pillar, then leave. You want to stick to the left to get this fight to activate. By doing that, you've skipped the other fights. Shame it actually goes after this guy. He's going to get his buffs off. Come on. Or he's going to try and kill Ichi. Bad. Very bad. If he's not getting up off the floor, just use the thing. That's my girl. This would not have worked if she didn't crit. Ooh, whoa, whoa. Jungi Han does not want to be outdone. I'm going to take the heal for Jungi Han's MP. I don't think I need to, but just in case I think I will. Fairly certain I don't need to, but as a just in case. Now, here's the problem with this set piece. It's about 7 minutes long to get to the top. And the problem is... It's a big problem. The problem is... When you get near the top... Eri? I hate you going for Ichi here, because now darts aren't going to all hit the last guy. Which sucks. Now he gets it. Great. There are no checkpoints in this set piece. So, if we die before we get to the next boss, we literally go back to the very start of the set piece. Now, for most of the fights in here, as you can see, that's not that much of a danger. But it is with this last one. Because this one can kill Ichi very, very quickly. And it's the last fight before the final boss. Fuck you. They could kill Itchy if I get unlucky. To the point where I am actually just going to heal on Itchy. I should not, but I'm going to because I'm actually scared. If this guy goes to Itchy, he will kill him. He didn't. And that wouldn't have killed him anyway, but, you know, just in case. I need to do head trauma because SS Phantom Drive will not be enough. Big menu time. Alright. Big menu time. Curse over Gallant Binding. This will stop Itchy being one hit killed. Eri, you need Adachi's shoes. Adachi's shoes. Yes. Adachi, you need a optimize. You need your weapons, my boy. Superpower over courage because we don't need to worry about fear anymore. Sayako, you get your magic stuff now, so we get you the magic damage items we've got, so the jewel bracelet and the silver bracelet. With the extra jobs, you can now survive. You go out for Sayako, you heal, everyone's MP is good. And this is the biggest RNG fight. Bad door. This is the biggest RNG fight in the entire run. This is Tendo. What Yakuza Like a Dragon doesn't tell you is that there are multiple different levels of poison. Jungi Han's and Nancy's are very low level. We have access to one that does more than double the damage of... It does more than the damage of Jungi Han's and Nancy's put together. It's Trickster's Top Hat. Unfortunately, Trickster's Top Hat is a skill that has a 1 in 4 chance of actually casting poison. So it's not a guarantee. So we put Jungi Han's poison on to begin. Terrible. My perfect guards are bad because of COVID. Need to get better. Thank you. With Eri, we will be trying to use Trickster's Top Hat and hoping that we get the poison off because it does overwrite it. That's fire. That is not going to do it. Oh, you are the most beautiful piece of shit I've ever seen in my life. I have extra defense against Tendo, which means I need to heal less. This is going to allow me to buff Sayako instantly. This is fantastic. Look at how little damage he does. I don't have to worry about healing Itchy. This is fantastic. I am going to give Tendo 3 turns to get poisoned because he is going very fast right now. Essentially, I do it based on feel, but I will never do more than 4. Piss off. Once again, get that poison out. Ice. Sayako gets a coercive to get her damage up exponentially. 20% extra, as you'll see. So now I need to start remembering. Sayako is on a free turn until that runs out. So this is her first. She has 2 more turns. Look at that damage. It's insanely good. She's very good. I told you so. I do need to heal with Itchy in the next turn. I'll need to do MP for Jungi Han, so it's fine. Blood? I'm not supposed to redo the animation. Okay. Good shot. Last time, Eri. Last time. Fire. Okay, so I'm going to use a Muscle Soda onto Eri because again I don't have to worry about healing. Mascus bonus is insane. So we just have to go with Jungi Han's poison, which isn't as good, but it's serviceable. Good crit. Itchy's next turn is the heal, because otherwise people are going to start dying. Sayako should survive if I get my perfect guards off. So I need to make sure that I do not mess this up. Sayako, I think she has 1 more turn on her buff. MP lunchbox for Jungi Han to keep attacking. I might have to heal again. Although Psycho needs a new buff because it's her third turn. Eri's got 2 left. So the order will be buff Psycho next, then heal. Shit. When was the last time you've normally attacked? My dude. My dude. Now, Mascus bonus is going to wear off real soon, so I am trying to push into the next phase as fast as possible. I don't like you all of a sudden, Tendo. He's really trying to get Sayako killed. If her buff runs out, she's dead. Which it might do. Good crit. Shit. Still good. I need to heal here. Phase 2 Tendo is 100% happening. Should be safe. Should be safe to do this. He should go after Itchy here. Should go after Itchy with his first hit. So with Itchy, I'll heal. Here comes the fun part. This is where the RNG really kicks in. Tendo is going to get a bunch of brand new skills. The two to watch out for are the left hand and the right hand. The left hand is an insane amount of damage dealt. The right hand is the instant kill. If it goes for Itchy, which is what we want, nothing will happen. If it goes for anybody else, it will kill them. Which is not what we want. I do need to give Eri fresh muscle soda. Probably should have done that, to be honest. Left hand, that's fine. Whew, 2 times in a row as well, so he gets to use it instantly. So this is going to be a lot of damage to Jungi Han, which is fine. There goes Masochist and attack bonus, so I need to get her attack bonus on immediately. I'll use Jungi Han to do that. I still have a rocket launcher for Tendo. Left hand again. This kills Sayako. If Itchy, yeah, Itchy does get a turn. Itchy needs to heal to full, otherwise Sayako dies. Double in a row. Don't like that. You're a dick. You are an absolute dick. Because Itchy's not gonna get a turn. With this, I can at least rebuff one of Psycho or Eri, though. I think it's Psycho that needs it. Or use the rocket launcher. I think this might be rocket launcher time, because I need to use it before the end of this fight. Hey, jackass, over here. Come on, buddy. Give me your right hand on Itchy. That ain't gonna do jack shit for you, my dude. Oops. Oh well. Never mind. Because the curse substitute, that literally does 1 damage, and it doesn't do the insta-kill. Fuck you, Tendo. Tag out Sayako for a Dachi before the end of the fight. It's important. It's actually very important. This has been a decent Tendo fight. Only thing that would have made it better was Trix's top hat. Literally. Haha. Beautiful. Beautiful. Hey, I hope you're doing well. Okay, so we have 1 rocket launcher spare for this fight, just in case something happens. You'll see what that something is in a second. I don't remember if I head trauma or I phantom drive the young master here. Shit. I don't actually remember. Shit, that's bad. Oh well. And Del, punch the young master. This is a nothing, essentially. If we can go fast enough, we can actually get the young master to run away before he summons 2 rounds of backup. So, we're going to be doing as much damage to the young master as we can. All of our best single target attacks. We're going to hope for a couple of crits, obviously. A good old lucky punch would be very nice. With Ichi, we're going to specifically be using Saejima. This is going to make it so the young master's defense goes down by 20%, which is very important to go fast. As you can probably guess, Brass's prongs, very good. Very insanely good. If one of the enemies casts Transfer Shield onto the young master, we are going to be using one of our rocket launchers against him. Our final one. It's the reason why we still have it. No crits is really bad. I'm not gonna get the quick kill at this rate. You. Magic. Take care of the enemies. I don't think I do enough damage. I needed more crits against the young master. Harry's actually getting a go before the young master. Actually, hold on. Hold on. We might be skipping the guards. Yes, we are. Oh my god. I probably should have just died airstrike there, honestly. I think this kills. I think this kills, he says. I tell you what does kill. Good old dart airstrike. Neat. Not bad. Not bad. Now I have a rocket launcher for the young master. God, that's going to be fun, isn't it? I'm definitely PBing this run, which is, well... Let's hold off on saying that for a second, shall we? We're in a very good position to PB. This last fight lasts about 2 minutes. Ish. 2 to 3 minutes. Although I have a rocket launcher, so it's going to be less. Oh boy. And what that does, it gets your points redeemed because it's the end of the run. And I don't have... I was gonna say I don't have time to put the Christmas tree lights on, but what the fuck am I doing right now? I'm gonna refund them anyway, because this is... I'm not gonna go on for much longer than the end of this run. This might be a gold split finale. This was a very good set of fights. We're gonna begin with Kiryu. Remember what I said earlier? We have a pound mate whose damage lasts until the very end of the video game. It is, of course, Robson. Does as much damage as bloody Kiryu does. And hey, young master, I got a special gift for you that I saved for just this occasion. Bye-bye. Please don't hit me with that. If he hits you with his counter, I kid you not, he can kill you. No one's died to the young master's counter before. Oh, that's so fast, though. Anyone died in this fight? No. Shut the fuck up. Yes, you can die in this fight. I have actually legit died in this fight before. It sucks. It's the worst feeling ever. I didn't lose a PB out of it, but by God, I came close. Fuck this fight. Because the thing with this fight is, we go for 2 attacker accessories. So, obviously, we sacrifice with that HP. That's not a gold? Serious? I'm actually a little shocked about that. That's the difference of Trix's top hat, folks. Because that was a good Tendo fight. That was a very good Tendo fight. And the finale itself in general was really good. Like, that's a good PB though. Good PB. Few complaints. For still suffering from fucking COVID to get a good PB like that? No, I'm happy with that. That's the difference between A good Tendo fight and a poopy Tendo fight. Because a poopy Tendo fight is real bad. Man used one right arm and it's against the one person we wanted him to use it against. Good stuff.